Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to Final Fantasy V Solo Challenge with just one monk, and monk only. So, last time in Final Fantasy V Solo Challenge I had work here, just AFK grind for literally 2 days, which is indicated by basically being almost 48 hours of grinding, and we reached level 96, which... let's put it this way, monk scales like crazy with levels, and I have promised that I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the game, or just look at the rest of the game at the very least, without a ridiculously over-leveled monk. Because, let's put it this way, if you over-level a character, it's almost certain that you can clear the rest of the game without too much trouble. However, I'm very curious on how well we can do with a monk that is, well, just about level 53. I have to admit that I did not actually do any calculations this time around to figure out what level I would want to have for the end game. But usually the end game is actually more reliant on maximum HP. And let me tell you, the monk has actually really good maximum HP, so we should be quite fine on that end. So yeah. Alrighty, I would say. Let's just go ahead and get to the end of the game. Kind of like before, except significantly weaker this time. And I'm curious how well we will be doing. So this is going to be, of course, a more accurate representation of the monk class compared to the previous classes we've done solo challenges with. And I have no idea where the entrance is. Southwest, probably. Yeah, it is of course a much more accurate representation of the solo character challenge run with the monk, because realistically you could do a really ridiculous grind like we did with the monk with a lot of other characters too. Might just be a bit more awkward to do with some characters because monk just has so much health and infinite sustain very easily and early on. But yeah, let's get going, shall we? So many Grimers in chat today, indeed. Grimer raid. Grimer just wants to say hello and welcome. Alrighty, welcome to this place here. So this is a land crawl. They have like 20,000 HP, I don't exactly remember. And they are pretty decently strong, let's put it this way. However, also worth noting, they are kind of difficult to run away from. You may have noticed I had a blinking aura around my little monk here, Wark, and that aura is something I can actually refresh by just changing an item around in my inventory menu, in my item menu. Either way, I'm not planning on fighting these guys, but because we don't have a reliable way to run away, well, this is kind of as good as it gets. He manages to cast a monstrum at us. Oh, that's not good at all. Then again, this encounter here we can usually run away. During the sand stream I can't do anything. Alright, we didn't die, so that's a good thing. And almost all the other character classes have a much easier time running away from these encounters in here, even though they're not great at it. But at least a chicken knife gives you a 1 in 4 chance to guaranteed running away. A monk doesn't exactly have that luxury since we can't equip any weapons. Oh, timer, right. Sorry, thank you. Big whoopsie. I do that way too often. Let's just add like, I don't know, 5 minutes. Not that accurate either way. Oh well, welcome to Burster Man. Thank you for the timer reminder, PMA, and welcome everybody. Hope you have a nice day so far. Alrighty, we are in the second section of the end section here. With our previous level 99 monk, we actually ended up getting 99 elixirs just naturally due to the pyramid grind. This time around, I will want to actually go and grab this thing. Don't kill me, please. Alright, he just knocked himself out with roulette. Roulette hits a random character, any character that is susceptible to the roulette effect. If Roulette hits a character that is immune to, well, the Roulette effect, equip a bone mail. If it hits a character that is technically immune to the Roulette effect, it will just, well, not show the cursor at all, and, well, nothing happens. Or if you resist it. Roulette is not guaranteed to hit, it is decently likely, but yeah. Either way, we are going to go out of a way to grab the various elixirs around here. This second section of the void is a little bit more easy to run away from the encounters, not quite as extreme as the Sandcrawler anyways. However, the encounters are decently dangerous, and here I decided to equip the Bone Mail. The Bone Mail will allow me to survive if I get hit by Roulette. I kinda forgot about Roulette until, well, the other guy just casted it on the back attack. Alrighty, skipping a bunch of chests. Most of the chests contain, let's put it this way, for a monk anyways, the equivalent of money, and not a whole lot else. And aside from being able to buy elixirs outside the void, we don't really have any use for money, so I'm just gonna skip it. Plus, you would need a lot of money in order to be able to buy just one elixir, so it's not that great either way. Alrighty, and we are arriving in the third section of the void, the forest. The forest is going to be where enemies will no longer have instant death effects, but they do hit pretty hard. Actually, I think the mushroom enemies around here will have the ability to confuse my character if they hit me with their Noxilly attack. So maybe keeping the Bone Mail equipped might be the way to go. The Mirage Vest just prevents one damage or one attack entirely, so it's quite nice for that. More solo indeed. Welcome to you, Lucius. How are you doing today? Worth noting for anybody who may have just joined us and hasn't seen the end of the previous monk run, we have already done the raffle and the selection for the things. For the next challenge run, it's going to be the mime next. And, oh boy. I will want to do a bunch of calculation for the mine before I get too far into the run, but depending on how this run goes today, we might already start today. Not sure. I really don't know how well, or, well, not so well, this is going to work here. So yeah. We are about to arrive on the first boss here in the void. He is not normally particularly difficult, and we have a way to make her easy, although kind of slow as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to equip the wall ring, and then we encounter her. So this is going to be a pretty slow encounter, but we should win guaranteed with the bone mail. Alrighty, welcome to Kalatisteri. Kalatisteri has a very particular AI script where normally what she would do is, if there is no character with wall in your party, she will attack you with various things. She mostly uses like annoying status effects and the like. So she can be pretty irritating to deal with. Not terribly dangerous for the most part, but just annoying. One thing in particular, she can inflict the aging status, and I'm not sure whether she has a level half or something like that. Either way, as you can see, she's actually just using my wall to buff herself. So normally, if you don't have a character with wall in your party, what she would do is just use various abilities, including casting a Reflect on herself. And if she casts Reflect on herself, well, the second Reflect goes onto your characters. Then subsequently, she would use the Reflects on your character that she cast herself in order to, well, cast various defensive buffs and effects on herself. However, while a character has a wall in your party, she will never directly attack you. The only time you will potentially take damage if she counterattacks with Drain. Because after bone mail equipped, that rain effect gets reversed. So effectively she's just damaging herself. Plus we do attack twice, so she can potentially drain herself twice. So yeah, we effectively will win just eventually. It's just not gonna be terribly fast. I don't have to equip the wall ring, but considering how well far we need to walk through the void here already in order to get to her, I'd rather just guarantee the victory basically, even if it's not terribly fast. So yeah, that's kind of most series. Maybe one noteworthy tidbit about information. There is weapons that deal extra or critical damage guaranteed against specific types of enemies. And such, the Beast Killer Whip, which deals critical damage, double damage to beast type enemies. Well, it works against her. Make of that what you will. Welcome to Event Fox, how are you doing today? Are you going to use a mod to unlock it from the beginning? Mine? Yes. I will... Or, well, I have unlocked every single class from the beginning so far. Because otherwise you would be, well, a freelancer for a good chunk of the game, and that would be kind of boring. Like, we will still do the freelancer solo challenge, and it's gonna be actually a decently interesting one by itself. But if we would have to do basically World 1 for a lot of classes, mostly with just freelancers, it would be weird, I guess. Yeah. Basically, it's just kind of the maximum amount of bosses I want to deal with. Well, with just the solo character we are going to be playing. That's kind of the short version. So I'm using a cheat code, and in this case a modified save file that unlocks all the job classes from the beginning here. However, that's the only thing that is modified. Is a panda going to be a real pain for a solo monk? Maybe. So even though we are not, well, the ridiculously over-leveled monk that we had in a previous finish for the solo monk here, it is still decently strong in terms of attack power. I'm not entirely sure how it will specifically work against the panda. It could work out well, it might work out terrible, we'll see. Let me actually check something real quick, because there might be something about the panda. So you know how Biblos has a level half effect, which is just kind of the most insanely bad thing that could possibly happen to a monk, even worse than slow, that is effect. Well, let's see, a panda has... Yep, he also has a Sonic Wave. He has a 1 in 3 chance to use Sonic Wave on you in his 4th turn. So, depending on how lucky we get against the panda, it could be pretty bad. It does not necessarily have to be, however. So it could work out quite fine as well. We'll see. You remember you had real issues against the panda with your party of monks, so much you decided to get 4 Kaizen Knuckles? That's very interesting. I will be using build up against the panda because it does use counterattacks. The less counterattacks the better, and since build up is effectively just 2 attacks at the same time, even though I literally also use 2 turns at the same time with it, not quite. It just makes more sense to, well, double up on my attack power. Alrighty. First station reached in the void. Pretty much no problems whatsoever, I dare to say. Some encounters could have been a bit tricky, but oh well. We'll see. Time for Omega? Yeah, good luck in hitting him. He has 95% physical evasion, I think. Alrighty. Let's see how this is gonna go. I want to equip the Mirage Vest. And... Banana for extra strength, I think, since I plan on avoiding every physical attack anyways. Well, actually, this might be tricky. We'll see. Alrighty, welcome to a panda. It doesn't look like a panda, but trust me, it's a panda. Alrighty, a panda is a lot like Biblos in that it actually can counterattack it with armor whenever I physically attack. So I'm kind of going to hope here that he doesn't use armor himself, because that would halve all the physical damage I'm doing to him. He has like 20,000 HP, and yeah, he does use a bunch of physical attacks. However, I should be largely fine against most of the things he can do, and there's armor already. It's a 1 in 3 chance for him to use every time I attack him, basically. Alright, half the damage now, but it's still pretty solid damage. He can however use Drain, and I do not have a way of counteracting Drain. It's a 1 in 3 chance for him to use Drain, in case you're curious. Same as armor, so at this point, now that he did use armor, I want him to either do nothing as counterattack, which he did just now, or use armor instead. So yeah, we'll see. What I don't want him to use is Sonic Wave. 1 in 3 times on his 4th turn, and he only has 4 turns of AI script, so to speak. 1 in 3 times on his 4th turn, he effectively can use Sonic Wave, which halves my levels. And if you level half a monk, well, you really weaken them to a ridiculous degree, let's put it that way. Ooh, nice crit. Good job, Warg. Alright, hopefully no 2 counterattacks with Drain. That's exactly what I hoped to avoid. Okay, I got lucky that I didn't, well, do that into a bad regular attack here. Threat would slow us, but we are immune to slow thanks to the Hermes Sandals. More armor is fine. Alrighty, the second time he skipped. Why am I swapping items? The Mirage Vest gets refreshed whenever you move her items around in your inventory, and it gives me 1 charge of avoiding physical attacks. So basically, instead of physically getting hit by Biblos, I effectively will be able to just, well, avoid that attack entirely. And yes, you can actually do the Mirage Vest trick on the Game Boy Advance version as well. That is a possibility. Alrighty, we have defeated a panda. I do think I've gotten decently lucky overall on it. So it wasn't the most amazing luck, but pretty solid. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and save before moving on after panda. Alrighty, so yeah, I'm using a Mirage Vest, which gives me 1 charge of image at the beginning of battle. And if you move around an item in your inventory, like literally just swapping your weapons around, which you do frequently, it does give you that effect again, which is very convenient to say the least. I do allow myself to use minor exploits for the most part. Sometimes I choose not to use them, just kind of to have a more interesting challenge ahead of us. But I feel like for a monk without power leveling, I might want to use every trick in the bag I can have access to here. Okie dokie, attack from the back. Breath Wing, that is 25% of our maximum health in damage right there. Kind of hoping that he doesn't do that too often. These guys also do have 7,500 HP. So they are, well, they take quite a while to take out. Plus, back attack is always bad. Which, by the way, it feels like there were a lot of back attacks so far, even though it's only a 1 in 16 chance. But hey, that's probably just me only noticing the back attacks. So how bad would it have been if Omega attacked you on the way back from a panda? Well, I would have to just do a panda again. Like, you can't run away from Omega and he's guaranteed to kill me. So there's not really much else to do to that, honestly. I'm gonna defend here. The ninjas have very high physical evasion. I'm not going to try and attack them. Well, I guess Butts is gonna try and attack them. But sitting in the back row defending, gives me a pretty decent chance of running away eventually, although all of the encounters in this section here are, well, very rough to run away from. Actually, let me just see whether I can even hit this guy. I think they have 50% physical evasion. Also, whenever you do attack them, they do have a decently high chance of casting image on themselves, so you actually have to attack them even more in order to eventually hit them at some point, so yeah. Welcome to you, JP Erics, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. Alrighty, welcome to this area here. If I get the wrong back attack, I could be instantly dead. Hope that doesn't happen. Alright, we didn't even get any encounter. However, we may have to walk this a bunch of times because this guy is most certainly not friendly. This is a pretty big meanie. Let's see, I'm gonna use the strength armor and the banana just so I have the highest available attack power, because this guy does not attack me physically. He does have decently high physical defense, so I just hope he, well, doesn't defend. Doesn't knock me out too quick. He also has almost 28,000 HP. So let's see, this is Apocalypse, basically a blue mage. And let me tell you, he is pretty decently strong. The main problem about him is that he uses a lot of types of blue magic. And the problem about blue magic is there's a lot of them that can instantly kill a solo character. Level 2 ult doesn't affect us because our level is not a multiple of ult, so... a multiple of 2. Oh boy, and there's a big guard. All the damage he takes is now halved, because that gives him armor, shell, and float. Obviously we only care about armor, but yeah, that's the thing. Also then there's this. So we did 13,454 damage to him so far. What he just used is the question mark blue magic. He's the reason why I went back to save, in case you're curious. And that question mark blue magic, how many black attacks? Wow. That question mark blue magic effectively means that he deals damage equivalent to however much HP he is missing. There's no way I can survive 9,999 damage. So my only chance of surviving in that attack is if I were to resist it. It is a decently okay chance to resist that attack, but it's never going to be particularly good, so that's that. Alrighty. This encounter here is pretty tricky to run away from, so I moved in the front row trying to take care of the Orcat enemies, and I'm actually not going to attack this Achelon enemy. Achelon? I don't know. And it's possible that I would eventually take him out with counterattacks, but if I were to attack this guy directly, he counterattacks with Drain, which isn't too terrible, but more important, he also counterattacks with Break, petrifying a character. I am not immune to petrification, so he could just instantly kill me. You wish this game had claws for the monk like Final Fantasy IV, could have made them scale better damage-wise. Yeah, they tried out the Final Fantasy I monk style, where you effectively didn't get any weapons at all. Well, I guess in Final Fantasy I you did eventually get weapons. Or you kind of got weapons, but you eventually outscaled them by just using physical attacks instead. But yeah, short version is we just need to get lucky in order to hopefully get past Apocalypse. We deal pretty good damage, honestly. I've had characters that dealt less damage to Apocalypse and eventually get past him. Then again, each character kind of has their own challenge to an extent. For a monk, as you can see, you basically don't have a whole lot to work with. Build up is actually kind of decent overall, because it allows you to half the amount of counterattacks you get, but then again you attack twice directly anyway, so kind of neutralizes itself in that respect. Oh well, either way, what we don't want to see from Apocalypse is, of course, the instant death attack. Speaking of instant death. Ooh, that's a nice crit. Without the crit, I don't think I would have knocked this guy out. Okay, so Dancer's attack first, that's really good actually. Because these Death Claws enemies, well, they do what exactly their name implies. They cast Death Claw on you. And Death Claw is an ability that deals, well, that puts you into critical HP and stuns you. But well, we are immune to getting stunned because we have, as a matter of fact, the haste shoes on. Also, Dance of the Dead, random character in my team, is getting revived as a zombie. So, kind of got lucky there that he didn't use Death Claw on Butts. But let's put it this way, I don't want to finish the fight while Lena is here. She is actually still paralyzed, thank you. Alright, now that Lena is gone, I would have actually finished the fight. But yeah, they like to use Dance of the Dead. I think they never use it in their first turn, they only use it in the second, etc. Do you get 2 counterattacks from brawl attacks? Yes, basically attacking once, or the attack action if you will, is always just 2 punches. Unless you equip a shield, then it will be 1 punch. And I'm gonna go ahead and give myself HP plus 30%. The chance of surviving something that, well, deals damage instead of instantly killing me against Apocalypse, well, there's not a whole lot of stuff that he does that just deals damage instead of anything else. But there is things that we may possibly survive. Let's see. Hopefully no big guard this time. It is a 1 in... a 1 in 3 chance in one of his turns. His AI script is actually kind of weird. It's not like as linear as other ones, so... yeah. Oh, Condemn. Well, we need to get lucky here. Alright. Ooh. Well, yeah, we need exactly that kind of luck. So, the timer running, hitting 0, we will die. And nothing can change that, so to speak. So we need like 5 more critical hits. Well, there's 1. No, we need more critical hits. And we are tiny, so we don't get to attack again. Because even if we attack right here, as a monk you actually have a weird effect of being able to technically deal damage as a tiny character, but yeah. Without 20,776 damage right there. Not quite enough, but we got decently close for winning. So I guess he just needs to not use Condemn, or question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, or preferably no Bitguard, or no Dark Shock. Dark Shock would actually be a lot worse than Bitguard, curiously enough. Yeah. We don't quite have the ridiculous power of our level, what was it, 96 monk? But so far, I think the monk is holding up pretty well for the most part, I'd have to say. These guys, by the way, have 5,000-ish HP. Actually, almost pretty much exactly 5,000, isn't it? So we can take them out with 2 build-up attacks, in theory. Freelancer Run sounds interesting, all the weapons and armor breaking rods. And yes, Freelancer Run actually is gonna be decently interesting, I dare to say. It's definitely going to be pretty unique. Since being able to equip literally every weapon, I actually will want to figure out what are the most interesting weapons that we can possibly get and just use them. Kind of like with a bunch of other solo challenge runs I've done so far. I'm not necessarily looking for the fastest time or the most efficient way to exactly get through the game and that's it. But sometimes I also like to just try and figure out what would be an interesting and unique way to defeat an enemy that other classes can't use. Because sometimes it would be just the most efficient to go, oh well, Blue Mage can equip rods, so you just use a fire rod in order to defeat Biblos. But instead of doing that, I defeated Biblos with, well, Death Claw instead. which was a bit of a difficulty to get, but I got lucky there. But yeah, welcome to your metric. How are you doing today? I'm actually kinda curious how close we are to leveling up. 10,000 experience, considering the encounters in here give, well, a good amount of experience. That's actually quite reasonable to try and get. Oh boy, Regodactylus, thank you. Thank you for a crazy long time of 3 years of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna... okay, it's fine. I'm getting rid of the Sword Dancer just because the Sword Dancer always attacks physically. And as a matter of fact, the Deathclaw enemies actually frequently use Deathclaw as their ability. So if I get rid of the guys that do the physical attack instead, which is easier than the Deathclaw because Deathclaw has a lot of physical defense, I've had a better chance of surviving. Alright, let me see real quick. Orcs have friends, not food. Regodactylus, thank you so much for your kind words. I really appreciate those. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay here. Thank you. I'm glad we have you around too. Alrighty, back to strength armor, running shoes, and the banana. I'm actually mildly curious what the damage would be against Apocalypse. So let's say we were just twice as fast with a monk with the haste shoes. Is getting twice as many turns actually better than using a Kaiser Knuckle? Because here's the funny thing in my book. If I were to have equipped the Kaiser Knuckles in the previous encounter where I got condemned, because I had haste, the condemned pulled a takedown timer until death was 15. However, without haste it is 30. So in theory, with the Kaiser Knuckles, I might have been able to defeat that guy. So that's an interesting thing to think about. So, for reference, the Kaiser Knuckles give you +5 strength, which is kind of a big deal as an accessory. But also it gives you +50 attack power, raw attack power. Which, that's a lot, to say the least. So let me see. Apocalypse has a grand total of 30 defense. That's actually a lot of defense. Alright, 30 defense for Apocalypse. It's 27,900 HP exactly. We are level 53. At level 53, I need about 12 successful attacks. That does not include critical hits. My damage averages around 1,200-ish, give or take a little bit. That is with 60 strength. Now, if I have 65 strength and take the Kaiser Knuckles into the equation, level 53, which is here. Then I would on average deal not quite 2000 damage. So it would not be twice as much damage compared to like 1,200-ish. So we would, on average, in one single attack, lose about 400 damage. That's well, actually, yeah, I get twice as many turns. Well, at least theoretically, I get twice as many turns with the running shoes. Plus, I'm immune against a whole lot of things like stuns, etc. Then again, I would have the immunity carryover, like minor exploit going on here, so I would actually not be susceptible to stuns. But I just think being able to act twice as quick outweighs the condemn basically being not as bad, basically. Kind of the short version. No! We lost. I'm not even going to keep counting how much damage I deal. Alrighty. So for everybody who might just be mostly listening. Oh, wow! Alright. So he just used Dark Shock on me. Which means instead of level 53, I'm going to be level 26. And then he used level 2 old on me, reducing all my stats gradually towards 1. I was still level 23 for that matter. Because the level reduction only counts for enemies. But that was so perfect. Because that's a classic combo that people use, where Dark Shock plus another level ability against enemies. So yeah, I dealt 0 damage against him. Wow. Alright. And another Dark Shock. We are level 13 now. I deal 30 damage to myself. I'm impressed. Alrighty. I'm just gonna wait until the condemned timer ticks down. Got blinded too. No, he just needs Mighty Guard. Yeah. Alrighty. I feel like I might need quite a bit of luck, so he cannot use Dark Shock. Because even though we do have technically a chance to resist Dark Shock, practically it is very unlikely that we actually eventually do. No, he just needs to get Mighty Guard. Yep. Was right. Damn, we are immune against level 2 ult, unless he Dark Shocks us. And let's be real, instead of dealing 1200 damage, only dealing like 250 damage after Dark Shock, that is not enough to defeat Apocalypse probably. So he will eventually kill us, or just heal up to full by a White Wind. So we need to not see Dark Shock. That's a 1 in 3 chance in his first turn, I would assume. So many misses. At least I think it's only a 50% chance to miss them. Not sure. It feels like with Fist Attack, it seems like it's always more than whatever the advertised evasion is supposed to be. I don't know whether that's true or not, but... well, I don't think it's true, it's more just kind of, well... flip the coin! Hope you don't land on tails all the time. Or on heads, depending on the turns, I guess. Oh hi, there's an enemy that gives 10,000 experience, however, he hits like a truck, he is really fast, even without haste, and in his second turn he has a chance to confuse us, which is really bad for a monk. Unless I have the bone mill equipped, which, well, the problem with that of course is that I couldn't heal myself. And he does it like a truck. And he's about as fast as one too. Alright. Round 3. Fight. No Dark Shock, please. I would appreciate that. Just holding down the button and hope for the best, basically. Mind Blast. Which, by the way, I would like to point out, he has a lot of magic power. Because dealing 1200 damage with Mind Blast, that spell does not have that much magic base attack power. Alright, another condemned there. We're dead. So one of the nice things if you have a mage type character is you can actually use the Wonder Rod from the Twin Towers. It's not called the Twin Towers, is it? Either way, you can use the Wonder Rod in order to reset the thingamajig. Oh, hang on, that reminds me. I didn't adjust the def count at all so far, so let me actually catch up on this real quick. Statistics, I renamed the spreadsheet. So, we actually are supposed to... Okay, that was attempt number 3, right? So we're actually just perfectly in sync with the death count. So, with the monk, without power leveling, we were at 33 deaths when we started here. Dying 3 times brings us actually to 36, so now I'm actually on the correct death count. I wasn't at the beginning. 36 was for the level 96 monk that AFK grinded for literal 2 days. Fork Tower, there we go, thank you Windfox, that was the name I was looking for. But yeah, the Wonder Rod from the Fork Tower allows you to cast Reset if you break it as an item. Well, it doesn't break because you reset the encounter, so you have all the items back too. But either way, you can reset the encounter in case you get condemned and you know you're not gonna make the damage check. It allows you to, well, just reset the encounter in case you get something really bad. Yeah, go hui! Welcome to Escarunt. Hope you have a nice day so far. Ow. I'm actually just confirmed that these guys have 50% evasion. They're called ninjas. Like, literal ninja. Name. Hello. Oh, wave. Okay, I'm not gonna look up to evasion rate because I need to wave. Hello. Oh, need to press a button here. Open up the door. I actually just automatically press a button or just instinctively press one in order to open up that door. But turns out you actually have to too. Hello! And welcome to you as well, everybody. Hello! I hope you have a nice day so far. Alright, I'm gonna stop waving, but thank you. Alrighty, back to the previous equipment, running shoes and strength armor, strength helmet, healing up to full with plus 30% maximum HP, and let's see, round 4. Hello. Hello everybody. I hope you have a good time so far. Aww. I'm just gonna reset this. I don't wanna wait. He's just going to use level 2 ult again. He doesn't have to, but it's just like... Well, let's go for the next one. Where's my death counter? Alrighty, 37. Oh boy. Hello. And Colthor. Colthor, thank you so much for almost 3 years. 35 arms of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to you, sir. How's it going today? How are you doing? How's the minion barbarian doing? Welcome. You're well? That's nice. Mini barb is good as well. Nice. But he hasn't eaten you yet. Alright. Ninja enemies, they have... Oh, I was wrong, it's 70% evasion. So at least my instinct was correct. It didn't feel like a 50-50, because it isn't. It's a 30% chance to hit them. Rump. No, frogs are friends, not food. Please put cookies in the food box. Rabbits always like cookies. Delicious cookies. I'm actually curious whether a critical hit always hits, or whether you need to hit the enemy first before it can be a critical hit. Because there's some games where if you score a critical hit, it doesn't matter whether the enemy would have dodged or not. Actually, I'm pretty sure in Final Fantasy V, the chance to hit takes precedence, so to speak. Reasonably certain. Please do not confuse me. That is the confusion attack right there with Rocket Punch. Huh. Previous encounters were pretty easy to run away from. I think I just got lucky. That was a quick encounter. Oh, that might just kill us. Didn't get Deathclaw 1, did get Deathclaw 2. And we have no evasion, which means this guy's just gonna kill us. Hooray! 38. That is actually +1 random death. Is actually pretty uncommon. That was only the 3rd random death we had. So yeah, that can happen. So basically this is exactly the encounter you don't want to get into a back attack in, but not like you can do anything against it. And the main thing is that these Deathclaw enemies are just very slightly faster than the Sword Dancers, but fast enough that they basically are still, well, way too quick in comparison for you to do much in between. So even if you were to, let's say, wait for the Deathclaw attack of these guys and try to heal before the Sword Dancers go, you would need to be, well, potentially there is literally 0 space in between their actions. At least I think that's true. Let me actually see real quick. Deathclaw. Ironclaw, that has Deathclaw, of course. We also... Oh, Deathclaw with a space in between, that's why. I'm actually curious about something. Deathclaws, they have 25 speed. Sword Dancers have also 25 speed, so actually, I was wrong. They are not slightly faster than Sword Dancers. But for some reason it feels like they get some priority sometime. How much damage per hit does a max level monk with Kaiser do? It depends on the enemy's defense. But against the final boss, who has about 30 defense, which by the way, 30 defense is a lot. We dealt about 4000-ish damage per attack, I think. That is really not good. Don't make me use an elixir here. Either way, it's going to be a 50-50 whether the Deathclaw goes first or the Sword Dancer goes first. But it feels like most of the time I've seen that encounter, the Deathclaws go first and then the Sword Dancers go. I wonder whether it might be like some form of priority system, where Deathclaws just happen to be in the higher priority slots, that if they have a speed tie, the Deathclaws just happen to go first. And it needs to be specifically the Deathclaws need to have one less priority compared to the Sword Dancers. Alrighty. On the bright side here, I don't have to use an elixir to survive. On the downside, well, this might take a while. Running away from this encounter could take a long time. But eventually we get away, it looks like. And a few steps and another encounter, the exact same one actually. That's kind of the main thing about this area too. It is not just enemies that are really difficult to run away from, but it's also enemies that an area that has pretty decently high encounter rate on top of it. Let's see, we have a 70% chance to hit, or to miss, which means we have a 49% chance to hit once with 2 attacks. So each time I attack, I get a coin flip on whether I do hit or not with one of the attacks. So I just lost 2 coin flips so far, but I also did win one just a little bit earlier. They are hunting you down. Yep, they're just running after me. I just used an elixir by accident. Whoops. That's fine. Apocalypse is probably going to knock me out anyways, or something along the way. And if it doesn't, well, we do have a decent amount of elixirs. In fact, I think we have more elixirs than most other characters have at this point, so... well. Normally the Avius dragons are the slightly more dangerous ones, because they have 2,500 more HP than the ninjas. But, well, at least they don't have a ridiculous amount of evasion. Alright. Back in the castle. Let's see what we might get in here. And it is. That is encounter. And we even got away right away. Nice. No iron giants that can eat me for breakfast. Okay, welcome back. HP plus 30%. Running shoes. Strength armor. Strength helmet. Or well, headgear. Don't use an elixir to heal up. And round 5. Let's see. Maybe we get a little bit lucky this time. Mind Blast, that's a fine start. I think he might have skipped his turn, I'm not entirely sure. He is decently fast too. Level 2 old, we're immune to get. He did actually skip. Well, no, that was his second turn, never mind. Big guard, not good. Not the worst, but definitely not good. Now deal only half the damage. And we were not halfway through his HP. We also haven't gotten a crit yet. Flash, now we are blinded. We have to remove this, because unlike in other Final Fantasy games, getting blinded reduces your chance to hit by 75%. Still a better ability to get hit by than a lot of other things. So, yeah. Hey, that's one crit. Okay, with this we should be halfway through his HP. But of course, kind of double his HP. Time Slip would put us to sleep, and also aging status, but you were immune against sleep thanks to the shoes, and consequently the other status also does not take hold. Mind Blast again. Okay, this means we are actually once through his AI script. And Condemn. Alright, we don't have time to heal, I think I just need to attack here. We need to get some critical hits. In fact, we need like 5. We do not have enough damage otherwise. Yeah, if he skipped out and Condemn, we probably would have won here. But unfortunately, no such luck. And yes, I attacked despite being blinded, because I have to get lucky here. Alright, didn't quite work. We dealt just under 23,000 damage, which is very close to victory, but not quite there yet. Yes, this is the level 53 monk. Welcome to you, Detested Hunter. Hope you have a nice day so far. Is the final level for monk power in your spreadsheet correct? Was it only level 36? Eh? Level 36? Oh, yeah, no. 96 it was. Thank you for reminding me. Also, for some reason, my chat does no longer highlight the word Yaga, so let me actually correct that too. Hey, you got away eventually. Highlight keywords. I don't know why it keeps resetting those. Okay. Did I hit enter too soon? What? Oh, Yaga. It is. Yeah, it should be Yaga. It does highlight now on my... Actually, I have to just refresh my pop-out window. And Yaga should now be highlighted for me. It's not highlighted on stream in case you're curious. Not on the stream chat anyways. I'm not using that in order to read chat. I'm using the pop-out window. Oh, you hit enter too soon. I see. Fair enough. So right now I'm kind of trying to think... Actually, I don't have to think. That's not what I meant to say. Right now I'm just trying to figure out if I gain like 1 or 2 more levels, would there be any notable benefit to defeating Apocalypse? Let me get back to 60 strength on the spreadsheet here. Wait, how much strength is it? Is it strength 60? Yeah, it's 60 strength. We're level 53. Okay. I would need to be level... Yeah, there's not actually a notable improvement for getting just 1 or 2 levels against Apocalypse. The on-screen window would look weird with highlighting. Yeah. Then again, if I were to use a regular on-screen window, or like a regular pop-out Twitch chat window, at least all the emotes and Franker Faces emotes etc. would be displayed. Whereas this one, well, this one is lacking, especially the ones that are just like modification of regular emotes, unfortunately. So for reference, right now I need 11.65-ish attacks on average to win. Well, that's if I don't miss at all. And it does not go under 11 attacks until level 56. Well, I guess 3 levels isn't too terrible. It is a notable jump in attack power, to be fair. Okay, we use build up in order to try and defeat the sword dancer here. And we get to run away anyways. Okay, we're fine. The only stuff that does not seem to work proper are animated emotes, like this one. Well, animated emotes does not work, as well as modified emotes, like Twitch modified. Like the ones where you just grayscale it or squish it, stuff like that. Yeah, unfortunately, the chat's plugin, or well, it's not a plugin, the chat thingy I'm using is from before that was implemented. I have no more coffee. Oh well. Attempt number 7, I think? Okay, let's see. Hello. I'm back. You don't know I'm back, but I'm back. Ooh, wow. Alright. We used Dark Shock, but we resisted it. Chances for us resisting... It might be 5%? It might actually be less than 5%. Big guard again, less than ideal, but we got 2 crits already, so... We're actually halfway through his HP, so in a sense, we basically are in square one again. Drops. Modified emotes are not real emotes, you can't just fetch them. Yeah, in a sense, that is true. So you would have to modify them on the fly, which might be rather difficult. Oh no, he just healed for 9,999. Because White Wind heals you for the equivalent of however much HP you currently have, capped at 9,999. And he just halved my defense, which that's perfectly fine. I don't have much defense to begin with, plus he doesn't usually hit my defenses for the most part, and we did. There's literally no chance for us to deal enough damage in order to punch through Condemn here at this point. Alright, wow. Was an interesting attempt, to say the least. A bunch of ups and downs. So basically we need no Dark Shock, we need no Big Guard in order to have the best start. This time he did use Dark Shock, but he missed. No Big Guard. Actually I'm curious, I could use the the Bone Mill here. Instead of the Mirage in order to walk over here. This would give me the blind immunity, so I wouldn't have to spend a turn removing the blind status. Oh, that's actually an interesting thought just now. He does have the ability to use... Ooh, that's not good. That's half my HP gun with 2 breathings. Apocalypse does have the ability to use roulette. So in theory, I could have also died to roulette. Although it's a 50-50 whether it hits me or him. I can't heal in the encounter this time around because I have a Bone Mill equipped. So yeah, that would be less than ideal. Wow! You actually hit that guy with a crit. Yeah, he should be down actually. Yeah. No, it's just the other ninja. Oh, or we run away. Even better. Don't have to worry about it. Actually gonna go into the back row here. And defend. And goodbye. So many encounters here. Is that Monk with dual wield? No, Monk naturally, or any character actually who does not have a weapon equipped, naturally it's just equipped with 2 punches. One specifically, no weapon and no shield. That's just how you normally attack. Okay, we will survive even if he uses Deathclaw here. But the problem is now that I can't heal in combat. Alright, we're fine. Yeah, monks always attack twice in this game. Oh really. And next up, running shoes, strength armor, and bandana. I'm actually curious. Give me a second. Just a moment. Okay, bandana. Bandana has 0 magic evasion, as expected. Strength armor. Strength suit has also 0 magic defense. Running shoes. Running shoes have 5% magic evasion. So we actually have a 5% chance to resist Dark Shock. Kind of to give you a frame of reference on how lucky we get to resist Dark Shock. To be fair, Dark Shock technically does not have a 100% hit rate. Dark Shock? Yeah, there it is. Dark Shock technically has a 66% hit rate, but I believe Apocalypse is really high level. Let's see real quick. Apocalypse. Apocalypse is level 57. Oh, never mind. He's only 4 levels higher. For some reason I thought he was level 90. So that means he has a 70% baseline chance to hit with Dark Shock. Multiplied time is 0.95. Which is however much. Either way, he actually only... Well, we have a 30% chance to resist it, so that's actually way better odds than anticipated. Still much more likely to get hit than not get hit, but hey. Alright, the attempt number 8 or so. Yeah, I didn't expect the levels actually to be this close. I thought he was way higher, but I guess it only really starts with the bosses after this, where they get significantly higher level. Ooh, nice crit. And put them. I'm just gonna play it out, because technically with enough critical hits, I could win. Chances are very, very, very slim though. And he just uses that too. Yeah, this guy is a brick wall. So here's the thing, there's no doubt we can make it past him eventually. We do deal pretty good damage. We do deal pretty good damage, like, there's no question about that. But at this point I'm just kind of starting to consider, alrighty, if I want to level up, what would be my goal level? And so of course we would need to have a level that is not multiple of 2 and not multiple of 5 in order to defeat Apocalypse. So the next best level for getting additional attack power and multiplier is level 56. Well, level 57 in our case. Because it's... well, otherwise it's gonna be a multiple of 2. I don't want to get hit by level 2 old naturally. Level 57 would be 4 levels to gain. Which would be 10 successful attacks in order to defeat him. By the way, 1 attack is 2 hits, in case you're curious. Right now it is 11.65-ish successful attacks. Nice crit. However, the question would be, where do I level anyways? Like, of course I could just go back to the pyramid and go AFK for like 3-4 hours, but I don't think that's the idea here. I was kind of hoping you would hit there. Alrighty. Attempt number 9, I think? But either way, honestly this is just the nature of trying to defeat Azul Magia, aka this guy. Should I do 1 attempt with the Kaiser Knuckles? We're gonna be so much slower in comparison. Let's just do it, why not? As mentioned before, this should be about 400 less damage in the same time span that we did before. But hey, if Condemn is the problem, technically I do get, relatively speaking, more damage in. Probability, not that great. Yes, big fist, big win, let's see. course, he goes first. Also, we can get stunned, but because of carryover, we are still immune to it. Alrighty. Hey, that's Condemn. We would have died anyways. But technically, we do have a chance now. And there goes our chance. Him using Big Guard pretty much seals our fate. And he heals on top of it, of course. Yeah. We dealt just about 2000 damage right now. That's it. Plus whatever this might be. Okay. No luck. I do like the Hermes sandals better. Even though Kaiser Knuckles are kind of fun. All whiffs, no crits. That was horrible luck. Oh. Well, I dare to say, there's so many unlucky things that can happen. The chance of not encountering any of them is actually significantly lower than encountering one or two. So technically, that's the expected outcome. I need to get lucky, rather than just not get bad luck in this encounter. So yeah, this might take a while. What can he do that is harmless, so to speak? Emission. Yes, emission and the psychic shock thingy. He can use level 2 ult. He can use level 5 doom. The thing is, however, the way AI scripts work in Final Fantasy V is each turn they get to choose between one of 3 different abilities. And that is basically their AI script. The first turn he has the choices between... Let me actually look that up real quick. In the first turn he has choices between Dark Shock, Guard Off and Mind Blast. The Dark Shock we would instantly lose if he hits that. That's just the nature of the beast. That's just how it is. Oh wow, 2 hits in a row. Only 9% chance of that happening. Guard Off and Mind Blast would be the preferred choice, just no Dark Shock. Dark Shock is an instant loss condition. Unless he does it like in his second turnover. Then the next one he could do would be Condemn, Roulette or level 2 ult. Funny enough, he never used the Roulette so far. He has used Condemn and level 2 ult. But yeah, either way, Roulette, as long as I had a boat mail equipped in the previous fight, I would be immune to it. Level 2 ult, well, level 2 ult would be really bad for us too. Well, actually, no, level 2 ult would be fine, actually, no. I'm thinking of ult rather than level 2 ult. Level 2 ult we are immune to because our level is not a multiple of 2. Then turn 3 he has a chance to use level 5 Tomb, which is good, because we are not a multiple to level 5. Level 4 Quarter, same deal. Or Mighty Guard, which is the worst thing that he can do, basically. So we just need to have him not cast Mighty Guard. So far, in every turn, the first 3 turns, he has some things that just effectively instantly end our run. Effectively, we need to dodge a 1 in 3 chance the first 3 turns. Let's see. Turn number 4. Same deal, actually. We need to dodge him using the revenge attack, the question mark move, because we are going to die to that. Technically, as mentioned before, we do have a chance to survive it anyways. Because he could just miss, but practically the chance for that is not too great. Oh, I use kick, that's not good. I'm gonna die here, probably. Oh, not. I got lucky. Either way, on his 4th turn, we also need to dodge a 1 in 3 chance for him to use the revenge attack. Don't use the elixir. Let's see, what else can he do? On his 5th turn, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Arrow 2, Emission or Missile. None of those are lethal. Missile would deal a ridiculous amount of damage because it is 75% of our current health, so we may have to heal afterwards, but at least we are going to be guaranteed to survive. On his 6th turn, he can use Time Slip, Deathclaw or White Wind. White Wind is what we really don't want to see. Deathclaw is annoying because it would put us into critical HP, but at least we can heal back up. Time Slip does not hit us. So yeah, in 5 out of the 6 turns, well, no, in 4 out of the 6 turns, we instantly lose if he chooses a 1 in 3 choice specifically. In the 6th turn, if he chooses White Wind, it's a significant setback. And the only harmless turn is turn 5. Why do you heal before and after equipping your HP Plus ability? Because I keep forgetting to equip it before I heal. I should heal after only, there's no reason to heal before. Yeah, that's how it works, Dishmu. It's just, there's no point of me healing before, I should just heal after. Alrighty. Attempt number 10. Easy fight, just don't get it. Well, it appears Life Tactics might have the correct idea here. We just dodged another Dark Shock. Ooh, nice crit. So here's a funny thing. We do seem like we get the same attacks every time. He has not a single time so far in his first turn used Guard off. And he has not used a single time Roulette in his 2nd turn. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the items around in my inventory. I don't like Phoenix Stones. And basically doing this will make it so and let's leave the potion up there. Doing this will allow me to change the start RNG value or the start random value. And I don't know what the new value will be. I just hope it's gonna be better than the current one. But well, we'll see. It's gonna be probably another 10 attempts. Did I already increase the death counter? Should be 43 right now. I did not. There we go. Alright. Alrighty. Reset. And now, we hope we get different outcomes. Well, it's already different outcome here, because we get an encounter before even getting... Oh, that shouldn't do that. Before even getting to the other area. Wow. That's why you don't attack an Achalon, unless you're immune to petrification. Achelon? Achalon? I don't remember. I don't know. That's 4 random deaths so far. Catoblepus, no! "42 deaths, couldn't help but noticing that. Unfortunately, we have sword just right past that. Yep. Two breath wings is really bad for us. Because if I'm not mistaken, my HP is actually divisible by 4, which means 4 breath wings will kill me. If my HP wasn't divisible by 4, I would actually have 1, 2 or 3 HP remaining after 4 25% max HP attacks. It's okay, 44 is a palindrome. I mean, you're not wrong. For some reason I thought the ninjas actually get to dodge attacks. get to counterattack attacks that way around, but apparently they don't. Ooh, nice crit. That should just knock out this Abyss Dragon in one go. Little fun fact, an Abyss Dragon is neither categorized as an Abyss nor as a Dragon. Because there is a mode that lets you deal critical damage against Abyss type enemies, and while you don't against an Abyss Dragon. And there is weapons that deal extra damage against Dragon type enemies. It doesn't work against those guys either. Even though they do drop Dragon Fangs, they have neither dragons nor Abyss. I'd have to say they are a Wyvern instead. My least favorite encounter. At least I should take out the Sword Dancer here right away. Okay, we are fine. This worst case scenario would have been if the Death Claw uses, well, Death Claw first, then we get hit by the Sword Dancer right after. Or the other Death Claw for that matter, they can use physical attacks. It's not as likely. Dance of the Dead. Right. Looks like we're gonna be mostly fine. One of the problems I'm facing right now is Kara will level up if this guy physically attacks me and I counterattack with critical hits. Okay, he didn't. Back to sleep, Kara. No waking up allowed yet. Alrighty, first attempt with the new RNG seat. Let's see how that's going to go for us. Strength armor. Strength helmet. I call it a helmet. Bandana. Or a hat. Whatever. Let's see what we get. Temp number 11. Dark Shock, and we're basically dead already. There's no way to win here. That's not entirely true, it's just very, 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 very unlikely. Because we deal 200 damage, and there's Condemned too. What happens if you tell him no? I don't know, we can press that next time. And we get flattened. Not the best luck, nope. I mean, we have to get pretty good luck, to say the least. Actually, I was wrong, there was a temp number... No, there was not temp number 10. Or 11. Also, we keep getting an encounter right here. Exact same way it looks like. Oh, I just realized why Apocalypse more or less always seems to do the same. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit more complicated to explain, but basically, the reason why Apocalypse seemingly does always do the same is because I always do the same in my menu base effectively. So, of course, he doesn't do exactly the same. I don't think I can manipulate Apocalypse to that exact degree. But effectively, I'm doing very similar movements in my menu, and opening up your regular back attacks, please stop that. Opening up your menu and moving the cursor around actually changes the starting value for random behavior or random stuff in the game. So effectively, because I select plus 30% HP and I heal up afterwards, and then that's just kind of all the menu movement I do, I kind of get a similar starting value again and again. So there's like multiple like RNG values that govern the entire system. I don't really understand or know how it works. I just know that opening and closing the menu like multiple times lands you on like a very similar path. Can he hit himself with... The best guy on the second turn is he uses roulette and just kills himself, right? He cannot kill himself with roulette. He is immune against instant death. So roulette and technically hitting himself, which effectively results in it doing nothing, would be the best outcome though, to be fair. Also, if I equip the bone meal here, get into an encounter and then, well, preferably not die here. Ooh, I'm dead. Like, there's literally nothing I can do here. By the way, I kinda get immune to that stuff too myself. 5 random encounter. Alright. Time to change up my RNG again, because I do keep getting that exact encounter in the courtyard. So time to change up my menu some more. Don't really need tent. Maybe use potions. It would be very specific to use potions though, to be fair. Save and reset again. But yeah, roulette is kind of like Doom. It attacks the same status, vulnerability or, well, immunity. If you're immune against instant death effects, you're immune against Doom and roulette. Even if roulette technically can still hit you, it will just do nothing. Or more specifically, it can still land on you when it stops. Also, you don't even see the animation when roulette hits a character, that is just straight up immune to it. So it will just kind of say roulette and nothing else happens. The only time when you see the roulette cursor zipping around is if you were to hit, well, me. Also, hey, there's an encounter we haven't seen before. 1 Avis Dragon and 1 Ninja. None of these are particularly desirable for, well, getting to run away, but this is how you know that at least part of the entire setup here is now different than it was before, because I get different encounters and so far they seem to be more pleasant than lots of ninjas. Because at the very least, I get to defeat the Avis Dragons eventually, even if it's not particularly fast. And I still prefer to run away. The ninjas can take basically forever and a half. These ones is what I'm talking about. Right, equipping the bone mail. You know what I should do against the Thor counter in here, if I get into it again? Instead of build up, I should just use regular attacks. Because at least regular attacks have a chance to crit, and it takes up 2 turns anyways, regardless of whether I use build up or not. Technically, build up is very slightly faster, but I don't think it's ever going to make a difference. Yeah, I just need 1 crit in order to take out the sword dancer here. Alrighty, back to here. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna equip HP plus 30%, equip the running shoes and strength armor, bandana, heal up to full. But now, after this, I'm going to actually open and close the menu, just opening and closing a bunch of times. And this might change on how the encounter plays out in my favor or not. I hope it changes it at all, but I don't really know. Either way, you are the warriors that hold the piece of the crystals? No. I see. Well then, there's nothing for you here. Too bad. Any reason to leave Kick equipped for him? Kick is the monk's innate ability and you cannot remove it. Guard off, that's a good start. Haven't seen that until now. Yeah, Kick is, by the way, one of the very few abilities that you can actually never learn, so just... Hey, Roulette. We were both immune to that. Oh. Big guard, not good, but not the worst. Just going to effectively double his HP from here on. As long as he doesn't use White Wind, he might still be able to win eventually. Flash, we're immune to it thanks to having the Bone Mill equipped. Now he can use White Wind right here. 1 in 3. Arrow 2, good. Very good actually. And now it's back to the beginning. He needs to not use Dark Shock right here. Because Dark Shock effectively just instantly loses. Deathclaw, oh I forgot about Deathclaw. Right, that was actually... that's quite fine. We even resisted it, and there's Dark Shock, and we lose. Because, of course, we deal 116 and 124 damage. This is the big problem about Monk. Get your level halved, you're significantly weaker than any other class that gets their level halved. To be fair, it is almost as bad with any other class too, so... yeah. It was a pretty good start, I do agree. Guard off at the beginning is quite neat, honestly. That looked so good until Dark Shock. Yeah... I mean, to be fair, if we could only avoid big guard sometime, that would be great as well. Revenge did max damage too? Yeah, as soon as we deal 10,000 damage and upwards against him, we, well, just deal... receive max damage as well. That's just how it is. I mean, I call it the revenge attack because it's easier to say than question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Seems like the trick was saying no. Maybe. I'm actually curious whether saying no initially might have influenced the randomness or whether that has absolutely nothing of influence to do with it. Like, here's the thing. Almost everything I do influences the RNG in some way, shape or form. But realistically, for the most part there is not going to be a way for me to know how it influences it. Unless I basically get the exact same starting value again and again and again. And then just kind of experiment from there. That's kind of the only time when I get to learn about different possible values. Like, it's always kind of fascinating to me where when somebody says, yeah, you know, in Pokemon, in order to catch the Mewtwo, I just threw the Pokeball and pressed down and B and it works immediately. Because it's always kind of curious to me. Holding down and B when throwing a Pokeball in Pokemon, I do think actually does influence the randomness in that game. It's just you have no idea how it influences it and what the base value before that was. Probably anyways. So chances for it to influence it in a way that it is helpful for you is just as good as it, well, possibly negating the chance for it to work in the first place. Also, there's more ninjas this time around. I totally pressed down B as a kid and it worked, confirmed. Right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to equip the HP plus 30 already here. Running shoes. Bone mail initially. Bandana. Let's see, encounter here? No? Because now I basically just need to heal. To be fair, it was a master ball, which you had 200. Yeah. Nice. I remember as a kid when I did the missing no glitch in Pokemon Red and Blue in order to multiply items. I did not know you could deposit items in, or you could move items around with the select button. So the way I put the item into the 6th slot was just depositing all the item and withdrawing them from the PC in a very, very tedious fashion. So that took forever and a half. But I wanted to multiply all the TMs in the game, so that's what I did. Alright. Let's see what we get today. And we lose. I'm not even going to try this here, because there's no point in continuing when I get Dark Shocked in the very first turn. Also need to reset my capture card real quick. Because the sound always gets a little bit dull. It lags behind. One breath wing. And we get to run away. Neat. Kind of curious because the first time I did this, well, actually, I did do a reset. Well, but I did a reset now just now as well. I was about to say I got less ninja encounters. It's a train of grimers. Welcome to you, Trasar. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. I hope you have a good time. I implemented the train command because a lot of people forget what exactly you do in order to train the rabbit. It's exclamation mark grump, by the way, HRUMP. So a lot of people just write exclamation mark train because they kind of remember how you train the rabbit is a possibility. What about exclamation mark pet? Pet is just for fun. Doesn't give you any statistics. But it potentially makes the rabbit happy. Or your hand might be... yeah, that one. For some reason you thought it helped the rabbit stats. Nope, unfortunately not. Also that's +1 death. This is the encounter you don't want to get in a back attack. Wow. 2 preemptive strikes, 2 times immediately running away. That is very unusual in these areas here. I'm going to rearrange my items in my inventory again. Just hoping that I get the Aegis dragons rather than the ninjas in the encounters here instead. At least that's gonna be slightly faster. Iron Giant, that's pretty much the encounter I expected here, curious enough. I guess this is quite fine. Because Iron Giant just before Apocalypse gives me an opportunity to get the Bone Mail in, which means I will have immunity to instant death, aging, and confusion. Rocket Punch, that's 50% of my current HP gone. Now here's a problem, I can't heal because I have the Bone Mail equipped. So if this guy just lowers my HP enough, like with Hurricane, which puts me into critical HP in fact, I'm gonna be in trouble. Plus his physical attacks will eventually get me to that point as well. Please stop counterattacking, you really don't deal enough damage to, well, defeat him eventually. He has a lot of HP. Please run away, butts. Thank you. Wow. That took forever. I wonder whether I got lucky in previous times running away from these guys, or whether I just got unlucky right now. Maybe something in between, who knows. Alright. I'm actually gonna go ahead and just equip the Dark. No, it doesn't make sense. Strength equipment just makes more sense. I'm gonna put myself into the second character slot. Because, as silly as that may seem, that does in fact change up what possibly can happen. Actually, I don't have enough information for the most part as to what happens with these starting values. Whatever. Let's see. Mind Blast is a good start. Damage, a lot of damage to be fair, but nothing overwhelmingly bad. Nice crit. And this come down. Which... Fun fact, I feel like I've seen these numbers before. So, just before Condemned hit, I dealt exactly 9,198 damage. I think that's the third time I've encountered this exact number after he used Mind Blast turn 1 and Condemned turn 2. Pop my brains! Yeah. My brains are still there. 50. Oh, thank you. 50 indeed. Right. Moving my equipment so a little bit further now. I'll never need an ether anyways. Technically, Revivify can be useful. I'm never going to use a cabin. Alrighty. Changed up starting values again. Okay, now this time, please win. We'll see. 50. It's a nice number. We can stop time now. Well, I feel like that's not up to me to decide. Just a hunch. Well, it's quite fascinating to me because, theoretically, all the other bosses subsequently would not be as much of a hassle if I could get past the boss right after Apocalypse reliably. But because he can petrify me, chances are I might just straight up die, which is the biggest problem against Catastrophe. Because if I could get past Catastrophe, Harlequinazo, we will win, most certainly. I will use the Magic Lamp charge number 3 for Twintania. And I will use Golem for Necrophobia. Necrophobia actually still has a decent chance to just straight up kill me though, so maybe that's not the best. Yeah, Apocalypse is technically optional, so is Necrophobia. But the problem is that Catastrophe can instantly kill me. And Necrophobia can effectively instantly kill me. So I would want to have the save points before. It just so happens that both Necrophobe and Catastrophe are the ones that are sitting on the save points. So making it pretty awkward. Right? Well, I mean, even if you're a butt, I think a brain is still pretty useful. I'm getting into danger territory here. Oh, thank you for running away. No need for a brain, but I always thought of monks as like part spellcaster whenever I think of monks in RPGs. The monks in Final Fantasy are, however, indeed, mostly just punch mages. That's it. They cast Fist. So with this setup, I'm pretty sure I'm still going to run into the Iron Golem right around here. Oh, no. Alright, I guess no Iron Golem this time, which means no Bone Mail. Carry over, which means I can be hit by both Flash, which blinds me, as well as Roulette, which could instantly kill me. Let's hope it doesn't. That's kind of all I have to say about that. Let's hope it doesn't. Alright. Anything else I need to do? Not sure. You'll die here. Maybe. Let's see. 8. Mind Blast. Let's see, do I get a crit on the second attack? Yes. No, I get a miss on the first one. And Condemn. So here's a funny thing. I feel like because I'm holding down the attack button, him switching from Dark Shock to Condemn is almost guaranteed. So what I should do is I should hesitate my menu very slightly, and then he might do something else after Dark Shock. I mean, I really don't have much data to go on so far, but chances are that I might actually be able to influence what he does or does not do, because if I do always the same, which in this case is just straight up hold down the attack button, which, well, will make the boss do more or less the same every time. Then that's basically not good. Says the chest above you real? Yes, that chest is real. It does contain a very unique weapon too. That contains the Man-Eater dagger, which is a dancer-only equipment dagger that always guarantees a critical hit against humanoid enemies. So it's actually pretty decently good. Alongside Check Knife, the Man-Eater dagger is the only knife that actually has the proper damage formula for knife weapons, which means it scales equally off of strength as well as agility in terms of well, damage. So it's actually a really good dagger, all things considered. Also worth noting, if you use the jump attack with a Man-Eater dagger somehow, you actually deal double damage as if you had a spear equipped. Don't know why, that's just how it is. It's considered a spear for the purposes of jump. Man-Eater is a weird weapon? It is. Oh, nice crit. Oh my goodness. Crits are only an 8% chance to hit, so getting a double crit is very, very uncommon. Getting just one crit is pretty uncommon. Uncommon but helpful, yep. It's basically guaranteed that they didn't have to heal in between. Even if I couldn't run away at all from that encounter. Ninjas! Wow, nice crit. Basically I'm using a build-up because if I hit and crit, it will guarantee a one-shot on a ninja. The original reason why I started using build-up anyways was because I thought they were counterattacking regular attacks. Maybe they don't. I don't know what they counterattack. They do have some form of counterattack, but apparently it's not regular attacks. Oh, they do count. Oh, I remember. Oh, I remember. The problem is they counterattack only once they are alone. That's how it works. Now I need to hit him twice in order to remove the 2 image charges. That's how it works. I forgot about that actually. So I actually want to use build up on the second one. The first one mostly doesn't matter. Oh dear. All the misses. Again, to reiterate, we have a 70% chance to miss because they have 70% evasion. Effectively, with 2 attacks in one, well, attack action, I have a 49% chance to, well, miss both attacks. So it's actually kind of a coin flip whether I hit once per turn. Zip, 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 zip. Oh, okay, we hit that guy. Now, if I want to defeat them, the optimal case is he attacks me, I counterattack and hit twice, which the probability of that is only 9%, in case you're curious about that. hitting both attacks on the ninjas. And then my counterattacks hit once with build-up. Because my counterattacks do not trigger enemy counterattacks. So I would circumvent him possibly casting Image on himself entirely. Alright, that was a lot of encounters here. Not a particularly good starting, well, encounter value to say the least, it seems like. So I'm going to change it up again. No encounters in here would be kind of desirable, all things considered. Okay. HP plus 30%. Running shoes. Strength armor. Oh, and strength. Bandana. Alrighty, welcome to Udainbrat. Getting close to the end? Maybe, if we ever get past this guy. Welcome to you, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, we technically already finished the monk with the hyper-leveled monk. This one is just the second iteration where we didn't do the hyper-leveling yet. 1148 and a miss. Mind Blast. Alright. I'm doing random stuff in my menu, hoping that I'm not gonna get the same result over it again, where he would just use them right here. He's still condemned. But the thing is, I do influence what he does anyways. But it's just still a 1 in 3 chance for him to use condemn. But Big Guard afterwards, that is the same pattern. And Flash afterwards. Well... How did you get hyper-leveled? Here. This one here is level 96. The way we did this is I equipped a guard ring, which gives me regeneration as soon as I get into combat, which means I continuously get healed. And then I went into the pyramid in a specific spot where I keep sliding down a ramp, but I just hold up and A, while basically I keep sliding down the ramp, which means because I hold A, I eventually, like, I complete combat, since holding down A in the Super Nintendo version completes combat, even if you hold A outside of combat, yeah. And in combat, it will just select the attack action. And because I have the regeneration ring, it never actually... it never actually kills me because I have too much regeneration with the really high HP and vitality as a monk. So that's kind of how you do it. So you just basically let the console run, and we did end up letting it run for 48 hours in order to get to level 96. Would it help to switch roles to get a different attack? Maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It might help, it might not make a difference. Does he not always do a rotation? What kind of rotation? Similar how people grind with Baron and Final Fantasy VI in the Raft. Yes, actually it's quite similar in a concept. Although I think in Final Fantasy VI you actually need a turbo button, don't you? In this game here, I literally just use a regular Super Nintendo controller and hold the... like, I use a rubber band in order to hold down the A button and the up button. So you don't even need a turbo controller. Although, thinking about it, my one-handed controllers do have a turbo function, so technically would have that too. You felt so clever as a kid figuring out the Final Fantasy VI Baron grind. I mean, it is pretty clever. It is kind of thinking out of the box, really. So that's pretty neat. You need turbo for the raft to confirm the prompts on the raft, I see. Plus, I think, actually, no, in combat you can probably just hold down the A button, huh? Yeah, I do think It is pretty clever with the ban and raft, honestly. You don't like to do it because you lose out on level up bonuses with the espers? You do. But simultaneously, I also feel like it doesn't really make that big of a difference. Actually, that's probably not true. I'm reasonably certain it doesn't make a huge difference. But at the same time, unless I have a direct comparison for these one way or another, I would not notice. Oh, he didn't counterattack with image, that's good. But just need to hit this guy once more in order to finish the encounter. Once again, we have a coin flip every time I attack to hit him. That is, every time I double attack, because either of the two attacks hitting, the total of 50% chance to hit once. Unless min-maxing is your thing, indeed. Honestly, in my personal opinion, I both think gaining extra stats while leveling up by the espers is both very interesting but also kind of terrible, because it makes me feel bad for leveling up at all while not having the esper equip that is optimal in the first place. But simultaneously, it is quite nice because you gain a bonus. Because you could think of it as a bonus, or you could just kind of go the other way around where you think, well, it is a downgrade if I don't get these bonuses. So I kind of wish the Esper bonuses were kind of like a thing outside of levels, where you just gain experience with the Esper per level, kind of like you do with learning magic. And after a certain amount of experience gain, you just gain +1 stat point or so. Oh. Yes, I know I could HP plus 20%. I'm just curious whether it makes a difference, because right now I feel like I'm just running in circles. It feels like I get always the same outcomes. Let's put it the last row right here. Actually, opening and closing the menu did actually have an interesting effect last time I did that. Let's see whether we may get a similar result here. Mind Blast again. Alright. I'm gonna kick you. And I missed once. Roulette! Hey! We didn't get the same encounter again. Ah, that's lovely. And Big Guard. Well, he just kind of doubled his remaining HP. I'm not even going to count. Whatever. He has like 40,000 HP remaining, practically speaking. It's not exactly how it works, but hey. I feel like kicking might actually just be the thing I need in order to get a different outcome. And there goes all the damage I did. White Wind. Healed for 9,099, because White Wind heals you for however much... Oh, heals actually your entire party for however much HP you're missing. Excuse me, however much HP you have. And this condemned. Alright. By the way, there was the exact amount of HP I dealt damage to him, technically. I don't feel like continuing this. What do we do? What do we do? At least with other characters it feels like at some point I get further, but with the monk, your choices are so limited. You effectively don't get to do anything at all. Wonder if the Carbuncle might be interesting. Let's see, if I use Carbuncle, he wouldn't be able to hit me with Dark Shock. I can defeat Twintania straight up. Dark Shock would get reflected, so that could help. Mind Blast gets reflected. Actually, let me look at his AI script. Let's see. Dark Shock would get reflected. Guard Off would get reflected, which actually would be kind of a big deal. Condemned still hits me. Level 2 ult would technically get reflected, but he is level 57, so unless he hit Dark Shock beforehand, it wouldn't affect him. Actually, that would be pretty funny. If you use Dark Shock and then level 2 ult right afterwards on himself. Level 5 Doom and level 4 Quarter would technically get reflected, but neither is gonna do anything. Unless he somehow level 2 ulted him himself before. But I don't think Wall actually lasts that long. You know, actually a Wall Ring might be interesting. Tiny Song will hit us. Revenge Attack does hit us too. Aero 2 gets reflected. Emission get... Does Emission hit through Wall Ring? I never remember. Missile will hit us. Time Slip, we're immune. Time Slip technically gets reflected, but he's immune too. Deathclaw does not get reflected, so it would hit us. You know, a Reflect Ring might actually be an interesting idea, huh? Emission will go through wall. I see. Yeah, that's what I expected to do. Just didn't remember precisely. Yeah, actually, let's try a wall ring. Because one of the most... So here's the thing. Equipping a wall ring instead of Hermes Handlers or even the Kaiser Knuckles will double the length of the encounter. But it might reduce the amount of things that can effectively cripple us to the point where we can't do anything anymore to condemn. Yeah, actually I think only condemn is going to hit us at that point. Well, that's not true. Deathclaw can still defeat us effectively. And Mighty Guard plus White Wind is still going to be a huge issue regardless. No image, please. Thank you. Oh, that works too. In with Ramen Schuster, boss seems pretty fast. Yeah, he has a baseline speed of 45. To give you a frame of reference, I have a baseline speed of 26. And the way speed calculation works is... I think your ATB at the bottom counts up to 150? And effectively, however much speed you have, you don't have to count all the way there. So if I have 26 speed, I count from 26 up to 150. If I have... well, if he has 45 speed, he counts from 45 up to 150. If I have haste, effectively, I only need to count to 75. That's not exact. Actually, that's not exact. That's not how it works at all. It's a fine illustration, but that is completely inaccurate on how that works. Is it possible to just skip this guy? Yes, you don't have to fight him. But the problem is the big guy afterwards. Ouch, stop. I have a bone meal equipped that can't heal. The problem is the boss afterwards, Catastrophe, can chance insta-kill me as well, with a 1 in 3 chance to cast Petrify on me. There's not really a whole lot I can do about that. Happy run, please. And then the next save point would be Necrophobe. Necrophobe has a very similar problem where Necrophobe can just decide to instantly kill me, and there's not really a whole lot I can do about that either. Wild Bull. Wild Bull is just a physical attack that also inflicts HP leak status. That's all it does. To be fair, Catastrophe would not be that bad. But I'm just worried about Necrophobia, just using his Hurricane physical attack combo. And Necrophobia will be a pretty lucky fight as well. I think it's gonna be more likely to defeat Necrophobia than it is to defeat Apocalypse, but not by much. So you're saying it wouldn't be so catastrophic? Maybe. It's just going to be like, instead of every 6-7 minutes an attempt at Apocalypse, it's going to be every 25 to 30 minutes one attempt at Necrophobe, who doesn't have much less of a chance to effectively instantly kill us. Alright, let's see. Plus 30% maximum HP. And we're going to equip a wall ring. I've never really used a wall ring against this guy. But hey, let's see how it's going to work. It might just be Dissolution for all we know. Okay, 28,000 HP, go. Mind Blast, hey, gets reflected. So he also takes a bit of HP leak damage on top of, well, the damage there. And Condemn. Stop! You're such a meanie. What a meanie. A 1 in 3 chance, it's just going to happen. This is exactly the game you're thinking of, Life Tactics. We defeated Omega with a Time Mage using that exact strategy. Called Quick Leak. Hey, guard off, let's see. Oh, they deal about 200 damage more per attack. That was kinda neat if you use guard off on himself. He does have actually a fair bit of magic evasion, so the chance of hitting him with wild chance to hit spells actually not that great. Not pause, but quick between action. Oh yeah, quick and then HP leak. Indeed. Oh yeah, no, the monk cannot do that. The monk can neither inflict HP leak status on the enemies, nor can he use quick, which is exclusively a time mage spell, basically. So the time mage is the only character who can do that. He can HP leak himself. Oh! Right, I suppose. That's true. But yeah, that wouldn't work, because you would need to specifically use a time mage for this. One hit. Slightly below half though. Nice crit. Well, that was an unnecessary crit, but I respect it. It's kind of starting to look like Monk is the hardest non-white mage Circus Solo class. No, I don't think so. Sure, the Monk struggles quite mightily against Apocalypse right now, but in comparison to the other classes, we've gotten here with very, very few deaths, honestly. Like, this is a pretty solid one so far. I dare to say this boss isn't the best benchmark. Because this boss can just be, well, mean. And there's very few characters who can do anything interesting against Apocalypse. Blue Mage and Black Mage are really the only ones who have a particularly impressive arsenal against Apocalypse. Because Black Mage can use Bio, he's weak against poison base damage. Well, I guess just Ignite as well. Either way, as long as you have really good damage in the first place, you will usually be able to defeat Apocalypse. It's just that you need to get lucky that he doesn't use his instant game over abilities. Then again, I guess if you do have enough damage, you can just straight up punch through Condemn anyways. Oh, I don't have the bone mill. That's fine. Maybe. Wall ring. Temp number 2, why not? Oh yeah, need to equip the HP plus. Forgetting about that. Yeah, honestly, really high maximum HP is the biggest asset of a monk. And it does help a lot against a lot of enemies. Okay, guard off reflected, unfortunately did not hit him. Would have been really nice. And roulette hit himself, or I resisted it. Either way, it were not affected, so that's lucky. L5 Doom does not affect him, even though it does get reflected. He is not a multiple level 5. Otherwise, actually, that would just instantly kill him. And there's the revenge attack. We actually had almost enough HP to survive the revenge attack right there. Honestly, that's also a problem. If we are slower or don't deal as much damage, you get so many more chances to use stuff like revenge attack or big guard or white wind, which elongate the fight even more and more and more, and are just alternative ways of instantly killing us. Oh boy. And hey Moonman, welcome to you. How are you doing today? I'm just kind of thinking right now, is there a good way to change up things maybe? Revenge of the Mage uses a spell that sounds like a crit punch. It does actually sound like one, doesn't it? Okay, I'm gonna make a separate save file here. I'm also hoping... I don't know whether they counterattack the magic lamp, so I'm going to use the magic lamp... how many times was it? Level half, doesn't matter. Oh, well that matters. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do this in this encounter, huh? Let's see... Bahamut, Leviathan, Odin, Sildra. Okay, we need to get to Sildra because Carbuncle is right after. Why not try Catastrophe for a change? Well, then I have to walk back in order to save. Or I guess we could just keep going, technically. There is no counter/recovery from level halving. Yep, there is nothing we can do about level halving. When level is halved, our level is halved. There's no way we can recover that in any capacity. The Great Dragman actually counterattacks magic attacks. I hope he does. Oh, he does. He counterattacks with Quick. 608 damage. Not too bad. Big way. Get out on the counterattack. That's really bad game design? No, I disagree. You're not supposed to beat the game with a single character. The game is not set up around this. We're just kind of... well, as Risealizer says, we're a bit outside the intended game design in the first place. Alrighty, stop. I now have the magic lamp set up that the next use of the magic lamp is going to be Carbuncle. Carbuncle will give my entire party wall, as in reflecting spells. I pretty much never use wall, like... there's little to no reason to use Carbuncle in most encounters. However, in this specific instance, this might just be what I'm looking for in order to win. Oh. Let's see whether this is gonna work in the end, because this way I can have both running shoes and wall at least for the first set of turns. Might just help. Also, goodbye Sonic. Chemist and Bard can buff levels, yes. The thing is, it's actually a separate counter. You never technically restore the levels you lose. You just add a separate, well, layer of levels on top of the ones. Can you replace kick with build-up? No. In this game here, you can only ever replace your ability on the right. The ability on the left is fixed unless you are a freelancer or a mime. These are the only ones that can replace the ability on the left. So kick is just set in stone. Would be nice if I could change it, but I cannot. Kick was useful to say the least, but well, not anymore. Usual level halving removes 1/8 of your damage output, but with only a single monk it removes about 3/4 instead. Yeah, you lose about 3/4 as a monk. To be fair, you do lose about half in Final Fantasy V with any other character as well. Halving your level is pretty ridiculous in terms of how much damage you lose. Not as insane with other characters, but because monk double dips from levels, because it both gains attack powers and attack multipliers, whereas other characters only get attack multipliers. It's just kind of a significantly more impactful change if you gain more or less levels. Which is also why if you have an over-leveled monk like we had before, it is, well, such a monster to just punch through everything. But yeah, actually, a good point. Keep in mind that pretty much all the things Apocalypse does that insta-kill our character, or yeah, effectively insta-kill our character here, are single target attacks. So if you have at least 2 characters alive, the other character will revive and be able to revive the one character that just got knocked out. Alrighty, the encounters are not too bad overall, I would say. No ninjas so far. Strength armor. And let's see whether this is gonna work. The problem is going to be I will have to walk all the way outside in order to recharge the magic lamp, but hey, maybe this is what we need. So we use the magic lamp. This is gonna cast Carbuncle, reflecting spells for a short duration. There's Mind Blast that gets reflected. I wouldn't care about getting hit by Mind Blast myself. It's damage, but not that much. And we get hit by Condemn. Again! Ah! I feel like I'm a lot less patient than I usually am. I guess it is noticeable that I'm tired. But I wanted to stream today, because I need to stream once in a while. You like this strat though? Yeah, I think this strat is kind of nice. I do agree. Take a break if you need to. Well, the break I would take is I'm gonna go to bed, but I haven't streamed yesterday, and today is only 2 hours 40 minutes so far. Can't quite do that. And you bet this boss was our first try win at level 99, wasn't it? Actually, no. According to our statistics, we did die once to Apocalypse on the level 96 monk. We did in fact die once. No, the thing is, I also shouldn't sleep this early, because otherwise I'm gonna wake up at 2 AM again. And I feel bad for streaming at, well, midnight. Because most of my audience is not in that time zone. Might be you're tired, but you also know that you already beat the game with the monk. That actually does have something to do with it, that is true. What are we looking to block with the wall? Mainly Dark Shock. Dark Shock is kind of the biggest problem about turn 1. The second turn, Condemn, is unpleasant. Well, it's instant death. But as you can tell, it's not a 1 in 3 chance if we always get the exact same RNG pattern. So that's kind of the biggest issue we're facing. Then again, I could try to manipulate RNG now that I know that if he casts Mind Blast turn 1, I need to not just physically attack, I need to do something else in order to change his mind about what he wants to do in the second turn. I mean, we technically could just very slowly figure out a way to manipulate our way through the encounter, instead of trying to rely on probability. The main problem about this really is that I don't think manipulation like that is 100% reliable. Use build up. Build up does not do anything for me damage wise. It takes... well, let's put it this way. Technically, it is very slightly faster than just attacking twice in terms of in-game timer. But practically, if I attack twice, or if I use build up once, it's effectively the exact same damage. Oh, but script manipulation, you say. That's actually a very good point, isn't it? I didn't think about it that way around. Yeah. You know, that actually might be... I like that idea. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. HP damage is a concern a little bit, but yeah. Alright, Ruby Lights, so we don't get Dark Shocked. Dark Shock, please! Guard off himself. Nice, alright, he did actually hit guard off. Good. But actually we deal more damage now. Don't condemn me, please. Again. It really doesn't feel like a 1 in 3 chance. Because it's... Dark Shock, it's Condemn. Let me get back this up real quick. Turn 2, Condemn. Turn 3, Big God. Turn 4, Flash. This has been pretty much the exact same pattern over and over and over again. Oh boy. But yeah, I like the idea of, let's actually go ahead and I'm gonna load the save file that has not yet used up the magic lamp, and we're gonna use build up. I like the idea of using build up here, because that could actually be just the like difference that we need. I don't know whether it makes a difference. Let's see. We need like 4 build up crits to deal with early condemn. I guess technically critical hits with build up count for 2 critical hits. But you also only get half as many attacks. So I guess the variance of critical damage is... Is it more extreme? Actually, in the long run it wouldn't be. But in short term, if you deal double damage per attack, if it takes you twice as long. If you want to start trying to manipulate, it will be tricky but not impossible. Yes. I've done that in different encounters in the past where I notice getting the same pattern over and over again. And I kind of like, especially the first area, the first section of the encounter, you can often manipulate because you will often get the same pattern. So you need to change up something in order to get a different pattern if the pattern is not favorable. You need to reliably put off. Yeah, I actually do have the exact same step route, Raving Loon. Does it matter how much time I take in between steps? Do you happen to know that? Because I get the same encounters over and over again here. Pretty much always the same. It's just in the encounters themselves it looks different. But because I effectively do the exact same menu movement every time, again and again and again, okay, that's another death. Did I increase the death counter before? I think I forgot. I'm gonna increase it by 2 here. If there are any NPCs present, they would advance the world RNG when they move around. So, effectively Omega. But world RNG is not encounters, right? If I move around in the menu, this is gonna influence how the encounter starts, if I'm not mistaken. Like which value it starts with. But I've also figured out that if I open and close the menu multiple times, I start with a very similar, if not the same, encounter value over and over again. Oh yeah, that's actually an interesting point. Walking through the prison is kind of volatile, because there's these old guys, huh? But considering how frequently I see the exact same pattern over and over, I think that's just overworld RNG, isn't it? The RNG in encounters is gonna be similar to the same one again. Rearranging your inventory or changing which character's position works would affect battle RNG. I see. I did actually switch Work into the second slot, and later on I shifted him into the 4th slot, and I got this exact same pattern, which, well, that could just be coincidence, but it felt like, well, looks like it's the exact same. Obviously on the micro level it is going to influence it a little bit, but it might just be coincidentally that it results in the same, well, things. We are getting into deep sorcery. Yep, that's what we are getting into now. Which buttons I have pressed on the fight lights? Oh. What do you mean with which buttons I have pressed? Like, as the encounter loads, if I hold down L and R, is it gonna be different than if I, well, don't hold any buttons? Yes, okay. Okay, alright. I'm gonna hold L and R going into encounter with Awesome Margarian. Maybe that's gonna be more favorable. Also, I think this is the save file where I used up the magic lamp already to get to Carbuncle. I think it by default was the one that I saved the latest, and the other one I loaded out later. I might as well use Carbuncle here. Alrighty, let's go ahead, use Strength Armor, Running Shoes. Okay. The battle RNG is either by adding up to the first 2000 bytes of RAM. Interesting. The overworld RNG also does something like that, doesn't it? Because when I rearrange the inventory, I get different encounters on the way here. Either way, But I'm not really manipulating these encounters here on this micro level. It just coincidentally seems to always get into the same rhythm of Mind Blast turn 1, Condemn turn 2, Big Guard turn 3, Flash turn 4. Well, let's see. I'm just gonna hold L and R going into the encounter here. And Magic Lamp, let's see whether we get something else for once. That would be nice. Dark Shock. He didn't even have his own level. But hey, at least the Magic Lamp prevented that from hitting. And I'm just gonna... oh well, whatever. Attack again, I guess. Roulette! Hey! We didn't die turn 2 for once. Oh, please no Big Guard here. He has 50,000 HP effectively remaining. I'm stopping counting damage, I think. It's 50 attacks actually to win. Assuming no misses. Well, also assuming no crits, to be fair. You had to say it. I mean, of course. The only influence you have in battle is deciding which actions you take. Right, but that is... oh no. But it feels like it's always going to be the same anyways. Well, that's as I said, it feels like it. It could just be like a number of different states that just coincidentally have the same result. I'm just gonna heal here, which hopefully no condemn now. Hey, roulette. Can he run out of MP? Technically, yes. He starts with... hang on, I'll tell you in just a moment. He starts with... 50,000 MP. I could give him an ether, and... I could give him an ether, and he would have 9,999 MP remaining. Oh my goodness. That is 20 hits, just negated by White Wind right there. And there's Dark Shock, alright. Oh boy. Victory seems improbable, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, I think at some point I have to just concede that leveling up a bit higher, so we need less attacks in order to defeat him ultimately, would result in me having a much better chance. But we've actually almost defeated him twice already, so it's like... yeah, also these first two times, or the first like few battles, we get really close to defeating him. And then it was just a super long string of Condemn turn 2, Condemn turn 2, Dark Shock turn 1, and nothing else. Was the Berserker this hard when fighting this guy? I think the Berserker died once or twice to him. But because you're effectively max level, you knock this guy out pretty quick. So it wasn't that big of a deal either way. Since you're auto-attacking immediately every chance you get, you're having a very consistent effect on the battle wheel. Yeah, I probably shouldn't hold down the button. Oh. Spreadsheet says Berserker died 5 times here. I see, yeah. That sounds about right. So basically, don't hold down the A button. Except condemn. Yep. Then again, the Berserker might technically have enough damage to punch straight through condemn. Pretty nice runaway luck so far. But a lot of encounters. I've even started to memorize the exact path through the sky area here now, which is quite unusual, because usually I just bump into various walls, and now I've basically just been observing where exactly I have to turn. I'll probably forget by next time I come back here, but right now, I just know where the paths are, I guess. That's the exact attack I don't want to see from the Avis Dragon here. Breathwing will be very dangerous here. Alright, I'm not going to hold down the A button anymore in order to attack, I'm just going to tap the button. That way I should realistically get more of an actual random pattern. Honestly, actually thinking about it, the moment where I started holding down the A button in order to just attack, rather than think every turn on what I want to do, I think that's where it started going kind of wrong, didn't it? But hey, maybe think before you attack actually works because it influences RNG. It's so stupid, but it's true actually. Dark Shock reflected and still didn't hit. What is this? Come on! He does have a lot of magic evasion, so it kind of makes sense. Level 2 old. Hey, we got a different pattern. Celebrate. We also got a lot of misses so far, and a big guard right there. $40. Ultra Ball, thank you. Thank you so much for 40 months of support. That's a crazy long time already. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Ultrawald. I really, really appreciate that. Alright. Yep. Use the revenge attack, which basically deals damage equivalent to however much HP is missing. Which, by the way, he was only missing about a fifth of his HP. Oh, that's not good. Hang on. I'm in the back row now with... No, I have the Mirage Burst, it's fine. If you only use kick, he won't know what to do because he uses kick single target. No, kick is not a blue magic attack. Also, Magia does not copy the kick. He only copies very specific blue magic spells, he doesn't even copy all of them. So, not going to make that really a difference. You know what I'm gonna do this time? I'm just gonna go ahead and just skip Apocalypse for now. Maybe I get lucky and actually defeat Necrophobe on the first try. Kinda doubt it, but hey, might as well try. Going to prepare the magic lamp for it. Using the third charge on Titania here. Also, kick doesn't care whether something is multi or single target. If an ability is by default always multi-target, it will just kind of do the exact same thing regardless of whether there's only one or multiple targets. So it's unfortunately not going to make any difference. Ow! Holy cow. That's a pretty mean hit right there. Wow. I guess we returned the favor of critical hits right back at him. Can battle speed setting affect anything? Not in the way you think it would. Battle speed would affect it in the sense that I'm gonna have a different amount of time before inputting my things, but unless I could alternatively literally just wait until a little bit of time passes before taking my turn in order to have a similar effect. That makes sense. Alright. Let's get HP plus 30%. Strength armor, strength helmet, running shoes, heal to full. And let's visit this guy. So this, for a change of pace, is Catastrophe. He's a pretty mean guy. He has 20,000 HP, a decent amount of physical defense, as you probably can tell. And he uses Earthshaker 2 out of 3 times, which deals just about a bit more than 1,000 damage to your entire party, so he's doing a lot of damage, let's put it this way. But the real danger of him is his first turn. He only has 2 turns, by the way. In his first turn, he can use Demon's Eye, which is a high chance to petrify me. So right here, he could have used Demon's Eye. He didn't, so got lucky on there. And yeah, we have high enough HP to survive the Earthshakers with little to no trouble. But the problem is really just the instant death possibility. Next turn, he has another chance to just instantly kill us. We have to heal here, otherwise his Earthshaker could kill me. And yeah, actually do hope for Earthshaker here. Good. He would have actually barely survived that one with 22 HP. Pretty cool. Counterattack. No counter? Oh. Monk has a 50% chance to counterattack an enemy. Okay. Getting pretty lucky here, actually, that we don't see the Demon's Eye so far. Holy cow! Alright. First one down. But this is just the first one in a series of fights here. And this is not the most dangerous one to face. Gonna be one more dangerous one later. Halikarnassus can... well, I'm gonna just equip a wall ring. Effectively, Halikarnassus can't really kill me. The problem is Necrophobe. Necrophobe can just straight up kill me. Oops. No, we did not beat Apocalypse. I decided to just, you know what? Let's do one Hail Mary, just ignoring Apocalypse. Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. Counterattack, please. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I counterattack or not, unless you crit here with a regular attack. Okay. Wow, we're still alive, and that was actually just a series of counterattacks. Somehow we're still alive. I can't really save after Twin Tanya unless I want to walk all the way back. Well, I mean, I can technically save after Twin Tanya, but really, Twin Tanya is not the problem. Normally why I would save after Twin Tanya would be because, well, while it's not dangerous, it just still takes a while to get back to Necrophobe. But this one here would just take even longer to walk up to Necrophobe. I don't think it's worth it. Alright, we're gonna equip a wall ring here, because... while Halikarnassus is not the most dangerous one, if you get to Halikarnassus, what was his 8th turn or so, it will potentially just straight up kill you. Alright, Halikarnassus has 33,333 HP, and largely attacks with various types of physical and special types attacks. And the first one is always going to be turning me into a frog, which you cannot even resist. You will be a frog no matter what. It takes even... I don't plan on skipping all the bosses to Necrophobe. If I'm completely honest with you, this is just like, I'll actually see once whether it works or not. I'm actually just gonna sit in the back row here and defend. I think that is actually the safest thing I can do. As long as you don't use Big Guard. Actually, Shell. Halikarnassus can use Shell on themselves. Also, Halikarnassus can use haste on themselves. Beyond that, there's not really anything particularly dangerous in this fight, as long as I don't use the magic lamp. Halikarnassus counters magic lamp attacks with strong attack, which effectively is a one-shot. Also, Holy, that is reflected, the reason why I equip a wall ring, because Halikarnassus has so much magic power that it is 9,900, basically almost max damage. So yeah, sitting in the back row defending I think is the easiest thing I can do here. This spell doesn't do anything because I have a wall ring and it's gonna be permanent wall. You don't think if you ever seen Final Fantasy 5? It is not the most well-known / popular one, to say the least. Makes a lot of sense to me. And Holy again. Right, one more Holy and we win, basically. Because that was about 26, actually almost 27,000 damage right there. Froggy. Rum. Ribbit. Ribbit. Frog has 0 physical defense, but I think I still take less damage defending than I would if I were to unfrog myself. Probably, anyways. Oh, Shell. Oh no. This is not gonna be quite enough damage actually now. We're missing about 2,000-ish? Oh, you just unfrogged me. Thank you. Ah, there it is. Was it only a bit more than 1,000 apparently? I didn't exactly keep track for once. Win. Yeah, not having status recovery items might be a bit of a problem, as at least the statuses go away if you use a tent and or... yeah. Unfrogged you to get the kill and blow. Yeah, I actually didn't even know that Kururu would actually remove the frog status. I thought it was like the frog song, which just forces you to be frog but doesn't remove it. Either way, welcome to Twintania. Twintania is a bit of a strange boss. I forgot to equip the haste boots, doesn't really matter. Either way, Twintania has 50,000 HP, and, well, you will probably cast Mind Blast or something like that here. There it is, there's a Mind Blast. And if you attack Twintania with physical attack, it has a chance to counter attack with Tidal Wave, which is a lot of water-based damage. And here's a 1 Wind Slash, there's 2 Wind Slash, I think the third one. There it is, alright. So, just kind of to explain what happens. Twintania, after its 4th turn, starts charging up for Giga Flare. That is going to be the text that is going to pop up next. However, while it's charging up for Giga Flare, it's actually technically a different monster that is literally vulnerable to all kinds of status effects, including instant death. And even though I haven't seen the text box yet, I was actually targeting Twintania with my cursor, and basically my cursor automatically, without me doing anything, jumped back into the box below, and so I knew that Twintania actually just changed phases right there. Murasame rare drop, really? Sure, why not? It's a 1 in 16 rare drop from Twintania. Oh well, okay. Back to running shoes and Mirage Vest. And actually back row, I think. Good morning from Switzerland, and welcome. Hope you have a nice day so far. Keep in mind, we still haven't saved since, well, defeating a panda. So this isn't the greatest. And this guy here is a bit of an issue because he will frequently cast Breath Wing, which is 25% of our maximum health and damage. And running away from Crystal Dragons is a bit of an ordeal, let's put it this way. Also, once again, if I switch items around in my menu, it refreshes the Mirage Vest effect. Normally you're only supposed to get 1 Mirage Vest effect at the beginning of battle, but if I switch items around in my menu, well, it just refreshes for some reason. Okay. Got away. You saw Karn playing Final Fantasy 5 for the first time recently. He ran into Omega without saving, and then ran into Shinri without saving. Oh, he dropped down the waterfall to Omega, I guess. Yeah, and Shinryu, I think I did the same thing. Preemptive Strike. Are you going to use the image glitch against Necrophobia? Yes. I will. Because Necrophobia is gonna be a real monster anyways. And I will actually want to use the Magic Lamp once. I think it is once. Let's see. No, twice. We have Sildra and then Carbuncle next. Oh, Silver Carbuncle Cartoblepas. But I still wanna use Cartoblepas too, I guess. FF5 is such a troll game. A little bit. Alright. Hello! I don't expect to win against Necrophobe in case you're curious. But this is Gilgamesh, you only need to deal about 7,000 damage to him. He does hit actually pretty hard. Like, he's not technically that risk-free, but we have enough maximum HP that it's not gonna be that big of a problem either way. Work! 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 By the way, if I actually manage to defeat Necrophobe first try, this is literally going to be the first time I ever skip the boss in the void, actually, in my solo challenges. You thought you would walk back to the cave before No, why would I? It takes so long. I actually kind of want to defeat the Apocalypse. Plus I need to walk back anyways, at some point, in order to refresh the logic lamp. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna walk by Apocalypse anyways. I will probably go up to like level 56 or 60. Oh, 57 or 61, I guess, so it's not multiple of level 2. We have enough health to be safe from the barriers. Yes, we do. The problem is going to be phase 2 of Necrophobe. Phase 1 is going to be, well, might cost me a few elixirs, but not going to be that big of a deal either way. Might even actually save Cartoblepas for one of the barriers to have a chance to knock him out. In fact, I'm gonna prepare the magic lamp here. This is a good opportunity. Next is going to be... Ruby Light, and then next would be Cartoblepas, which has a chance to petrify. Ow. Hey, they don't even hit that hard. I'm so used to most enemies around here just hitting like a truck. These guys, not too terrible. Petrify Necro. I mean, it can hit Necrophobe with a 1 in 5 chance, and it's just going to not do anything, which is, well, the annoying part about it. Also, Petrify Neo-Exdeath, that one part. It's technically possible, practically very, very, very unlikely. By the way, enemies in this entire area do not give any experience. So even though I'm relatively close to level 54, I'm not gonna get it in here. And petrifies it. Why would you do that? That's kinda mean. I have no idea why any enemy ever uses Electroshock, because it doesn't do much damage. Welcome to you, Bandit Keith TV. You're new here, welcome. Have you ever completed this type of run? Not specifically Solo Monk, but I have completed 21 other Solo Character Challenge runs. A bunch of them arguably more difficult than Monk. So yes, this kind of run. Not exactly this one though. Well, that's actually not even technically true. I have beaten Monk before. But it's a bit of a different Monk, I guess. The stone old part of Exdeath is not the dangerous one. Yeah. I'm actually not sure I will have enough elixirs, because the physical part will hit like a truck, and I will need to survive that for quite a while. You have beaten Power Monk, not regular Monk, true. Hey, on the bright side, it seems like we are going to make it to Necrophobe. Although there's still the chance that we run into a Necromancer encounter that is just going to zombie powder me. Unlikely, but possible. Alright, no encounter, that's fine. Okay, Mirage Vest, so I have a chance to dodge. Maximum health, because it might matter. And... Alright, welcome to Necrophobe. Necrophobe starts with 4 barriers. All of the barriers will effectively cast Holy or Flare on me in the first turn, which each does a bit more than 1000 damage. If I'm lucky, I can take out one of them in one hit. Alright, I do in fact, so there's gonna be 3000 damage coming in my way once they get a turn. They are relatively slow. They have 8800 HP, so they are decently dangerous, to say the least. So unless I get some crits, I'm not gonna be able to take them out too quickly. I will have to heal after the Flare and Hole is here. With these 3 barriers, I'm invincible. Something like that. Well, that's exactly why I haven't offered the freelancer for the straw poll before completing the mime, Moonman. Alright. So normally the big problem about this fight here is that you need at least like 4000 and some change maximum HP in order to survive the attacks of the barriers. However, with the monk's pretty crazy maximum HP through high vitality and the HP plus 30 trait, it's actually not that bad to deal with the barriers. They are still going to deal a lot of damage over the course of a fight, but you're never really going to be in danger of like just straight up dying to them. Gonna be kind of slow to knock out these last ones because they're considered in the back row here. So I need a grand total of probably 9 attacks on each one of them, assuming I get no critical hits. Also, they will always alternate between Flare and Holy, each of them. In term, they will alternate between using Flare or Holy, and then any of the elemental attacks. So next, they will do Lightning, Ice, or Fire 3, which I'm not gonna take as much damage from them. So I can just attack and heal after their next move here. Spells cannot critically hit, in case you're curious. Then again, no enemy actually critically hits. They sometimes have a text of critical, but it's just kind of a modified special type of attack that they can choose to use instead. Alrighty, 1 barrier remains. What? I don't think I've ever seen that before. I know exactly what happened, but I don't think I've ever seen. Can you mimic rock breaking? I don't know. It's actually a good question. Alrighty, to real quick explain what happened. So, the little barriers attack by targeting one of their allies or themselves, and then bounce their own spell over to us. So effectively, it already started queuing up the spell, targeting it on one of its allies, but its ally that it targeted the spell on happened to die while it was queuing up the spell. Consequently, it ended up just kind of targeting a random other ally because it is in the same, like, character group with Necrophobia, and it just coincidentally happened to hit Necrophobia there. You can mimic rod breaking if you have a rod in hand to break. Yeah, I think it's actually going to use up the rod. It does not use up elixirs though, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually gonna be really curious whether it has any special interaction if you use up the magic lamp with mine. Probably not, but hey, who knows. Either way, I'm just gonna heal up to full via high potions. I wanna preserve elixirs. Because if I actually manage to beat this guy... Hey, it's out of MP. If I actually manage to beat this guy, I do want to have all the elixirs, plus I need to walk outside anyways. But second phase here is gonna be the really dangerous one, to say the least. Let's see how this is gonna go for us. One thing you found out about the monk, your mantra gets reduced by your spell defense. Yes, actually it does. Which is something I want to test sometime, because technically you can get more spell defense than the basic spell power of the mantra spell, so in theory you could probably heal for 0. Or maybe it underflows. I'm actually kinda curious whether this works. Actually, a good reminder, I wanted to test that. Alrighty. I did use Golem already, didn't I? Also, he's always going to cast Flash here. I'm going to probably get hit by it. But this is Necrophobia. He has 34,000-ish HP and some change. You would normally need to deal 44,000 unless you specifically defeat Gilgamesh in here. Hey, there's the cheap combo! This is exactly what can kill you. This is exactly the problem. The thing is, I also still have the Golem barrier, so it wouldn't have instantly killed me right there. But yeah, he has a lot of physical defense. So yeah. Plus he also attacks twice. And on top of that, he does have the ability to cause death. Straight up doom on me. Wow, his cheap combo again. What a meanie. Third time in a row. Do I ever need to heal technically? I mean, I would not need to heal if I knew how much HP Golem had as a barrier. But I didn't keep track of that. Oh. Oh yeah. My Golem barrier is gone now. There's a hurricane, and the Mirage West just saved me. He's cheap, but we are cheaper. Maybe. I wonder whether he even can technically kill me, long as I have elixirs. Well, actually he can, yes, because he has Doom. I don't know in which of his turns he has Doom, but we're also only halfway through his HP. He has so much defense. $1,300. Can you use Vacuum Wave in the second turn? Actually, don't know. You might only be able to use Vacuum Wave in the first turn. Nice counters though. It looked like as long as we had Golem we didn't get to counter, but that might have just been coincidence. Because it is only 50-50. There's Doom. Alright. If I had the Bone Mail equipped before this encounter, I could actually have the carryover resilience against it. Let's see some crits. Crits would have been nice, but I didn't get any. Is switching the items giving you images? Yes. The Mirage Vest for some reason gets refreshed when you switch around items in your item menu. 1 in 3 chance of doom every 4th turn. Yeah, probability kind of suggests that it was more likely to happen than not happen, that we get a doom spell cast at some point. Okay, honestly, I think the probability of winning against Necrophobe, well, it's pretty good if I carry over the immunities from the Bone Mail. But Apocalypse, maybe not so much. I'm gonna go back and grind a bunch of levels. Level 61 is my goal. I was kind of trying to see, alright, can we just make it all the way? And I think the answer is yes, technically, but also hang on. I'm going to load the other save file. That didn't use out the magic lamp yet. Yeah, I was only going to try going directly for Necrophobe once. Because if it doesn't work, it's such a long way. Plus I have to walk out anyways, in order to recharge the magic lamp. Would buff residue also give you fire weakness? Actually no, it doesn't, which is curious. But yeah, I think level 61 is probably a decent level to aim for. Because at level 61 I need 2 less attacks in order to defeat Apocalypse. Well, assuming he doesn't big guard anyways. Actually, what's my current attack multiplier? Let's see, I'm level 53 with 60... Strength 14. Yeah, actually, it would need to be 61 if he uses Big Guard, because otherwise I deal the exact same damage. You're off for today? Alrighty, take care, Blood. Thank you for dropping by, and have a good time. Actually, I'm gonna send you a Discord message real quick, Blood. Just as a heads up. But yeah, I think it's going to be more interesting. And honestly, I have to admit, right now my patience is just not good because I'm tired. So I feel like just doing a little bit of mindless grinding might help a little. At least it's going to feel like I'm making some form of progress. Maybe. So what's my best place to grind with this kind of setup, I wonder? The Island Shrine might work decently well, maybe. Yeah, I guess it depends on what we would encounter, huh? Undersea lamp is also popular. Yeah, the thing is, we actually have we have 0 base magic power as a monk. I don't even know whether the first 2 magic lamp charges are going to take out a group of enemies. Because normally it is like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in order to take out groups of enemies with the magic lamp. But it might actually not work with a monk, curiously enough. I mean, if you have an easy place to grind in the pyramid, where I literally could just leave the game on for well, a while. But it's not going to be terribly fast. These enemies here actually should be pretty decent, I think. Tasty Beard TV, thank you. Thank you very, very much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome back to you for 2 months. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Well, hope you're doing really, really well very soon. That would be nice. Okay, I was kind of wondering whether these encounters here might be reasonable to kick, because it's a lot of experience here. However, it's unfortunately not terribly efficient, I guess. I do think it actually does have the land crawl, Moonman. If I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix Desert is the exact same as this one. I might be mistaken, I think it is. This is the one I assume you mean. The problem about the trench lamp grind is that I would need to clear the fork tower and the island shrine first. Which technically we can do. Wow. It's actually quite interesting. I feel like the double critical hit is reasonably common. Punch versus carpet. I think it would be endurance versus carpet. Until we can punch the carpet, because the carpet is all out of magic. Landcrawl is not present in the northern part of the desert. Oh, I actually had no idea there was separation there. Yeah. Either way, these enemies in the desert are pretty good experience. It's just... it's not quick enough for my taste either. Even if the kick's being pretty good overall. Brush. Brush is a lot of physical damage. I don't remember exactly how much, but it easily one-shots some of the characters that I've run through here. In conjunction with him using Maelstrom, it can be pretty unhealthy. But thanks to him being pretty slow, and me having the Mirage Vest, it's not really that big of a deal. You think that North Desert is group 94? You say? Which would be Anku Heku Amona 5. Yeah, actually that would be really interesting, honestly. This room is group 99. 96 would be the same as 95. Yeah, 96 would be the same as 94. 99 is... yeah, I see. That's interesting. I mean, it works. It's just not terribly fast. I'm just going to briefly check the island shrine. See whether it might yield good experience there. The alternative is, and I'm actually kind of considering it, is literally just going back into the pyramid, but cutting the grind short at level 61 this time. And just going to bed. But I really feel like I shouldn't. It's like, sure, but I need to stream. Best island shrine again. Oh, there. Island Shrine is where you usually do all your grinding casual. Yeah, it's a really nice place. The enemies are decently strong, but not too strong, and give pretty good experience. Pretty good. Oh yeah, we still have the entrance encounters. That's fine. How much HP does an Anku Hegu have, and how much HP does an Amona have? Also, welcome to Gargoyles, 5000 HP. If we kill one, the other one is gonna get revived. Yes. If we kill one, the other one will revive the other one. If we don't miss, that is. Alright. We counterattack and miss one. No, we didn't. In theory, the left one is gonna be gone. And this one here is gonna be gone from the attack. We even have 2 chances to hit. Good. How do you auto-grind in the pyramid? You go to a slope and hold up and A. With the guard ring equipped, which gives you regeneration every time you enter combat, and you just punch enemies to death. Kind of slowly, but eventually you do. Worth noting that you want to put your character in one of the lower item character slots in order to instantly gain the regeneration tick at the beginning of battle. Because for some reason, when you enter battle, the characters at the bottom will gain the regeneration tick instantly. I don't know why. Actually, I'm not entirely sure whether it's both characters at the bottom or something like that. I think it's something like that. I am level 53, not divisible by 3. Actually a prime number, isn't it? Yes, that's how I got the other monk to level 96. As mentioned before, we technically have already beaten the solo monk. But I was kind of trying to see whether we could do it with a little bit less extreme grinding. Let's see, Execrator. Two kicks are enough for the front row, that's actually kinda decent. And I think they might skip their first turn. Pretty good experience. And the diamond ring, that's a rare drop. Let's actually just check out the encounters in here. I think actually the encounter groups in here should be the same as the ones in the first room. A Vazorer! Oh, that's a good reason to equip the bone mail right there. Because confusion is really bad for us. By the way, these Awazorals, or whatever, our assumption right now is that they are supposed to be called Oiseaux, which is French for, well, rare bird. Which, I don't know whether it makes a whole lot of sense, but yeah. Careful of level against Execrator? Yeah, actually, they could level 3 Flare right now. We have enough HP though. And with the Bone Mail, I don't have to worry about level 5 Doom. Yeah, level 4 Quarters a thing. And level 2 Old. They like to use level spells. But since we killed him quick enough, it should not usually be that big of a problem, I don't think. Wall Ring is safer against them. Well, isn't it that they only use level 5 Doom in their second turn though? Oh no, not you. Toad Avis gives no experience, is really difficult to run away from. It's the rare encounter. And has, like, what? More HP than Apocalypse, I think. What does Ult do? Ult effectively reduces your stats to 1. Your level stays the same. If you apply Ult to an enemy... Oh no, they can level 5 to him first turn. Alright. If you apply Ult to an enemy, they actually lose their level rather than their stats. However, in the Super Nintendo version, that's not gonna influence them much because they have set multipliers for their attacks. Basically, they usually deal the same amount of attack damage. with some weird exceptions. However, if you get older as a character, your stats gradually go towards 1. Like your strength, your vitality, your intelligence, your magic power, and your agility. And the progression towards level 1 is actually kind of quick. Like, it is much quicker than you get a turn. So it's like every turn I lose about 10 points of any of the stats. And it's really fast to go down all the way down to 1. And because your attacks are very reliant on usually at least one of the stats in order to deal damage, you deal, well, significantly less damage. Fun fact, there's a Toad Avis in every encounter group in the Island Shrine. Yeah, I figure. But yeah, all this usually an incredibly bad status effect if you don't end the encounter quickly. We have enough attack power, and the haste from the boots is really helping out here too, that it's not that big of a deal. But let's say if you get ulted in a longer boss fight, then you might have some rather significant problems. A good example of that is when you get hit by the launchers in one of the early boss encounters against Soul Cannon. You also get the old status effect on you. And the character that gets hit by that usually will be mostly useless during the fight, or at least deal significantly less damage than what you would hope them to do. Old Timer is not affected by haste. No, I don't think it is. I'm actually not entirely sure whether the Old Timer works like HP leak, where it continuously drains your stats while you're in the menu during your own turn as well, or whether it is just like the A to B. Not sure. You think it ticks down like leak? Very possible. Is it possible to heal old? Yes. So you can heal old via the Esuna spell of a White Mage or a Panacea mix from a Chemist. The problem is, however, that you actually do not get your stats back that you lost during that encounter. As in, you regain all the stats after the encounter, just kind of to make that clear. But the stats you lost during the encounter, you do not get back. You will stop losing more stats if you heal the aging status effect, but you don't get them back. Similarly, if an enemy reduces your level during the battle, there's no way to reverse that effect. You can gain levels during battles via a Bard Song or a Chemist mix, or even Chemist drinks for that matter, which is a very powerful effect, but it doesn't technically reverse the level reduction. It just gives you levels instead. Give me a second, sorry. The best is when Execrator bounces a level 2 ult onto itself and then times a nice bounce level 5 to him. That sounds great actually. I thought Toad Avis would be a lot more difficult to run away from than they appear to be. Such a unique spell, you haven't seen it in any other Final Fantasy played. The old one? Or the old status effect? It is quite unique, that is very true. But it is also a bit frustrating to deal with, I dare to say, so I would guess that's why you haven't really seen it in other ones. I think it is widely agreed that Toad Avis is the worst enemy in the game. Not sure I would label it the worst one. It's definitely up there. Definitely up there. Actually, I'm now trying to think of something that is even less pleasant. There's not a whole lot like that, is there? I mean, assuming we're not talking about bosses and or specifically solo challenges, I guess. Huh. Yeah, Toad Avis might actually just be that enemy that you never want to encounter, huh? I never actually thought about that. What is so unpleasant about Toad Avis? It is really tricky to run away from, as in the chance is rather low. And defeating it doesn't really yield anything. Like, it gives no experience at all. It gives a little bit of money. But I think that's pretty much about it. And it has, what, like 30,000 HP? So yeah. Basically, it's not even particularly dangerous. It's just annoying. I guess maybe instead of individual enemy, I feel like, at least for a solo character challenge run, the worst encounter is the one with 2 Deathclaws and 2 Sword Dancers. Just because of the nature of them having a pretty solid chance of straight up knocking you out. The zombie dragons around the sealed castle? Oh, I guess if you don't have a Beastmaster to take down the sealed castle enemies. Yeah, actually, maybe, just maybe. The shield dragons are worse than Toad Avis if you don't have a Beastmaster. Because you can't even realistically kill them without a, like, specific setup if you don't have a Beastmaster. the Hell Squirrel Skull Eaters. The Skull Eaters kind of did pop in my mind, but since they mostly run away, and at least are a pretty quick source of ability points if you're really looking for that. I figured they wouldn't be too terrible. Hello, welcome to you, Luther Kitty. Hope you have a nice day so far. You don't remember how? Well, I don't remember either. Oh yeah, the Jackanapes. Or Garkimaster, I guess, in this version. Yeah, actually, they're probably up there too, huh? But then again, at least they kind of serve a very specific function of they're protecting that or those specific chests. Like, that's kind of literally their purpose. So you know what you're getting into when you go into the basement. I think I agree. So the Jackanapes slash Garkimaster in the castle basement in walls are worse than Toad Avis, but at least they have a sensible placement, I suppose. Like a dragon quest lately. I see. I hope you enjoy it. I saw a background guy play Yakuza a little bit, and I've been really confused as to what Yakuza even is. Like, I've seen a lot of people raving about it, just really liking the game, and I just... well, I have no idea what it's supposed to be. Level 55. Yeah, I think 61 is probably a good goal. That way we are going to be immune to level 1... Level 1? That would be crazy spell. No, level 2... Level 2 old. This is also why I have the bone mail equipped, by the way. Because now, instead of level 5 doom hurting me or killing me even, I get fully healed instead. How convenient. Yakuza 006 is a mix between Shenmue and beat-em-up games. Then Yakuza 7, or Like a Dragon, became a turn-based RPG with a class system. The main plot is serious crime drama, the side plots are mostly comedy. Like, that's kind of the part I've been so confused about Yakuza. Because I saw the serious parts, and then I saw a background guy getting into a really wacky battle with stuff. It's so weird. More diamond rings. Kind of nice for money. You know, I could actually just walk through the shrine, grab some money, I guess, along the way. Our guy does the crimes against existence. Yeah. A monk decides that, you know, enemy there, punch, kick. And that's kind of all a monk does in Final Fantasy. Not a whole lot of nuance. There's at least one elixir in here. Yeah? I don't remember. Let's see, I was actually curious about this encounter here. Because they're going to get, wow, a bunch of attacks off actually. I think this is gonna be really slow here, because we just barely don't have enough agility in order to outpace them. Unless, do I have a strength helmet equipped? I do. Let's see, if I equip the Dark Hood I have 2 more agility. Might not be enough attack power though. We'll see. An ether, isn't it? Yeah. Ethers are effectively 750 gold. That's about it. Just trying to think. I don't think there's any other elixirs in here. Just one earlier, so I think I'm gonna walk back outside now. Also, I do now outpace the Vazoraire, so that's good. It's just that a lot of them are in the back row, so I'm not going to get a third turn on them. That chest in the middle there can contain a prototype or a machine head. Both can be decently dangerous, with various types of things that can quickly or even instantly kill us, so I'm not even going to try. And the chest itself contains a guard ring. And the guard ring, while actually worth quite a bit of money, is not really worth, well, trying to take out the prototype in my book. This is, by the way, a really good encounter for quick experience if you can take them out before they can attack. Unfortunately, not quite there yet, the monk. We are immune to charm, by the way, so that's good. Cursed one? Why? I have no idea what the encounter group in here is actually. First ones are actually pretty solid experience. They're on that too. Okay, I'm actually kind of curious now what the encounter group in here is. That's potentially pretty intriguing. This room is group 200. Wow. This actually might be a better room to grind in than the other one with the pack here, if you have some form of AoE attack. Because these other guys, if you can one-shot them or defeat them before they attack you, also a lot of experience. Oh, what's the other ones? Do you just naturally know all these encounter groups, or do you know how to look them up quickly? If so, how do you even figure out which ones these are? Oh, there's loaded in there. That's unpleasant. And these... Oh, that was... Huh. The was rare actually was the... Wait. Really? Did that get 2 rare encounters? In a row here? I mean, this is the rare encounter according to group 200. There's only one group with damned 4. Yeah. That makes sense. Do you have like a categorization to figure out in which area these are? Because the algorithms guide that I look up basically doesn't have a categorization as to where even the approximate like encounter group is. It is just for... I see, it's mostly order. Fair enough. Thank you. What I should do sometime is actually I should just kind of categorize all of them into specific areas where they appear. I feel like a lot of encounter groups actually could be pretty intriguing for grinding, especially the ones on the overworld that I'm just not as familiar with. Oh, he uploaded the thing too? Interesting. I just used the game FAQs one. Not actually, but that's an old version / new version. Looks like it's pretty much the exact same. Interesting. I guess it's a nicer format, so you don't have the game FAQs annoyance next to it, huh? I like it. A lot of cursed ones here. I like them. You have it set as your homepage. Nice. I just have a bookmark for the game FAQs one. But yeah, by order is what I normally figure those encounters out as well. It's just there's certain ones there's like, well, how do I figure out where these ones are? You like the one with... Oh! Oh, that's really neat actually, we should just... Oop. Huh. Hey, that's actually nicer than what I usually use. I'm gonna use that risolizer. Gonna replace my bookmark with this one. Hang on. Because I usually just have to control F for the specific like section. If I wanna go to like section 6.5.10 or something like that. What does a Slonin do? Sword slap. What does sword slap do? Let's see, Slonin paralyze. Oh, I'm immune to that. And yeah, that's actually all it does, so it's not too bad. It does have 30% evasion though. The chance to hit it not that great. Bone mail makes you immune to most of this bad stuff here. Yeah. Confusion is especially a big deal against the Wazo Rare, and then the level 5 Doom doesn't help either. Or well, it helps against level 5 Doom as well. Well, that's kind of nice. Level 56. I have now a multiple of 4, which means I may want to stay here. But I'm actually kind of curious whether it's just more convenient to take out the other dudes. Oh, on a completely random note, I always like to show these off. There's chests in these walls. They're mostly like pointless because they don't have anything interesting in them. But there's like a chest right here on the right side with a protect drink, and on the left side there's a high potion. It's mostly irrelevant unless you specifically play like a randomizer or so that just randomizes chest contents. There's just chests in here. I don't know why. Wait, I went back here. Oops. Still haven't visited that other room of the elixir, so I wanna go there first. Wait, I did that backwards. I mean, whee! More slideshows. Yeah, kick. Oh, one is in the back row. Of course. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go further in because level 4 quarter is going to hit like a truck. Sure, they're not really going to do much else. But yeah. Gonna go ahead and... You know what I could do? I could just go ahead and explore the overworld. Maybe there's some interesting overworld spots that I just don't know about. That could be interesting. Like for example the slugs and the spiders, maybe? Maybe there's some other like low HP encounter or something like that. I don't know. I just feel like exploring right now. Let's actually start right here. I'm pretty sure this is not a particularly great encounter zone here, to be fair. Because there's Mokare. We can berserk us, but we are immune to berserk right now. But I'm mainly interested in enemies that might be a quick prey for a kick. Some of the World 1 groups get moved to weird places, yeah. I know some, and that's actually a lot of experience for them casting just arrow. I know some of them, let's see. The Karnak encounters outside on the plains is around here. I know because I captured a bunch of zoos at some point. And a lot of them I actually don't know. A lot of them I have no idea. Let's actually see what's around here. Yeah, exactly. That's the grass turtle's place. Oh, that's right. That's why. I captured zoos, but more importantly, I ended up needing to farm turtle shells for the solo chemist. That sounds about right. Alright. Geiger's enemies around here. So that means that's the same encounter group as further south. What is that? Hysteritos? 2000 experience. Wow. That's a lot of experience for that little guy. I wonder if I got lucky actually hitting this thing or something. It does have evasion. History Lithos. I don't know what a Litho is, but Lithos is, but I guess history makes us a lot of sense there. The rare steel judgment staff is from it, I see. What's this Bister? There's enemies I've never seen before, huh? I probably have seen this at some point, but didn't quite remember. 2500 experience, that's pretty good. The Judgment Staff, yes. Judgment Staff is an item I didn't even realize was actually in the game. I thought it was just a thing they put in the game data, but you couldn't actually acquire until I played Randomizer and learned about it in the first place. Listener has no special attacks that spins. Huh. That's Blizzards. What a weird name for a cow. Okay. Are they dangerous in any capacity? Not very dangerous. This is actually pretty nice around here. This is probably the oddest set of land encounters in the game. Possible. Yeah, pretty good experience, honestly. I'm just holding down the A button because I'm lazy. That thing is... Wait, either it skipped its turn or it is so slow that I go 3 times before it goes once? Blizzard is fight specialty, 1.5 times damage. Huh, okay. How much evasion does this thing have? That's almost as good experience as it was in the Island Shrine, with 0% risk. %. Characters is speed 25. Does it have like an empty turn at the beginning? Because, or did I miss the preemptive? I might have missed the preemptive, I guess. Because 25 is actually faster than my monk. Then again, I have haste. There's a 5 Asteritos encounter. Spisner has Quicksand, Fight and Specialty, which is 1.5 times damage. Alright, that's pretty tame too. But it's rare. Random question, what is a hedge fund? Wow, this thing doesn't even attack properly. Huh. Maybe I should explore these overworld encounters some more, huh? A hedge fund, an organized collection of investors. I mean, still don't understand what it does, to be fair. Wouldn't Kaiser be better for grinding if you could one-shot a few groups? That's actually an interesting question. That's a very interesting question. Let's try that. Good thinking. I might not be fast enough for them. Let's see, Kaiser Knuckles and Dark Suit, so we have a bit more agility. They seem to be relatively slow here, so but it might work. It's only in group 89. Everyone talking about the Reddit thing even here? I mean, I just kind of randomly saw it. It's like, what's that? And I'm curious. So I will figure I might as well ask, because we're just grinding here. Kaiser looks to be better right now. Yep, that was actually a really good suggestion, nice. Good job, Pressure. How did you get your channel to do the text, chat text? That's a little program called a fontificated chat. Fontificated chat. That's a program that I'm using here. So what is the monk's back's equipment? Kind of depends on the context. Kaiser Knuckles are really strong. the lower level you are, the more impact they have in terms of giving you, relatively speaking, more attack power. Because it's a flat boost to them. But without having haste, usually Kaiser Knuckles are strictly worse. Usually, not always. Here, for example, we don't even one-shot these guys. But everything else is a one-shot. Actually pretty high damage there from this little guy. Death is inevitable in RimWorld, it's a brutal game. Yeah. I mean, I think the best way to look on RimWorld, I feel like, is you wanna look at it as, like, it generates stories. It doesn't always have the happiest endings or the most pleasant, like, continuation. And it sometimes you don't even reach the goal that you may have set for yourself. But I feel like that might be the most interesting way to play RimWorld. Maybe. How long is the cooldown? I honestly don't know. Like 5 minutes? Or 2? Frogs are friends, not food. I agree. Your goal is to attack the other faction? Ooh, good luck. So what is I'm going to do? Carry around a pencil and paper and say, okay, this room is group XYY. A mime? No, I think what a mime is going to do is going to very meticulously and precisely calculate what level thresholds will require which amount of rods to break in order to get past boss encounters. Like, that's literally my plan. I'm just going to calculate, alrighty, I need 15 fire rods in order to get past the dragon pod, I need another 20 in order to get past Gilgamesh on the ship and stuff like that. Amazing cultivation simulator. Never heard of that, actually. Yeah, it's going to be a rod breaking simulator. So how did you wind up sober level last time? The way you overlevel like that is you go to the pyramid, and there's a little slope at the top of the pyramid where you keep falling down. Then you equip something that gives you regeneration, like the guard ring. And if you put your character into the last character slot with the guard ring with regeneration, as soon as you enter combat, you immediately get an HP tick. So basically right here, whoop, I get 206 HP. And because the encounters don't really deal that much damage, with holding down the A button, you eventually will defeat the encounters with the guard ring and never lose HP. Holding down the A button means you continuously just use the attack button. So you hold up and attack, or well, hold up and A, and you eventually just get through any encounter. That's kind of the entire secret of this. Yes, I had the console on for about 48 hours. Actually a bit less than that, but same difference. Okay, I think the enemies here are a bit too fast for me to use the same strategy. At least most of them. Yes, we reached level 96 with the monk. Which we already completed that run, but I kind of wanted to see how a monk would fare in comparison to more reasonable levels that you wouldn't quite do that. Because most characters, if you just over-level them, they breeze through the rest of the game without too much trouble. Monk was a bit of a... oh, interesting. Monk was a bit of a unique case, because you kind of double dip in terms of attack power from the levels, because you get both strength and attack power rather than just... you gain both multipliers and attack power from it. I actually used a rubber band and plastered a little bit of paper together in order to hold down the buttons. But yeah, I thought it would be funny. I actually originally meant to do the like over-leveled monk after the regular monk. This is just his business, nothing else. That would be crazy good. Originally I planned on doing the over-leveled monk afterwards, just for fun. But because I was kind of about to get into La Mulana, and I wasn't sure how long the regular monk would take, I decided to just do the over-leveled monk first at the time. Just so I have a completed monk run. These three businesses are good experience per action. They are amazing. Is that a guaranteed encounter here? Hang on. Business. Business. No, there's no guaranteed triple Spizner encounter. This is just coincidence that we keep getting this business here. But... probably anyways. Either way, it's still really good actually for experience. And if we get less... history lighthouse? That's better. Are you sure there's no guaranteed Spizner encounter area? Huh. Is this better experience than the trench? Yes, actually. If we always get business, yes. I'm pretty sure... well, there's no encounter group that only are business. What's their rare drop anyways? I keep clicking it away. What's up with this? Yes, this is crazy good experience actually. Wow. That is 3,750 experience. That's more than the trench. A potion? Oh, okay. Ah, there it is. I just coincidentally got the same encounter, which is likely, but not that likely. Like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 times in a row? Yes, business definitely rule this land. I'm starting to thin them out. There's a different encounter. Alrighty, I figured. Business are in the back row here, so... We don't one-shot them. Of course, the different counters was business. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of thinning out the numbers. Now the buffaloes are returning to the lands because this business are not just occupying every, like, millimeter of the area. Yay, statistics! Weird things happen if you do things long enough. Yep, it's very true, isn't it? The chance of something unlikely to happen is very likely if you do the things long enough for them to happen, right? At some point it is more likely for unlikely things to happen than the unlikely things to happen. That's just the nature of the beast. This business we're calling of the buffalo. You've done a good job calling their dominance. Exactly, I'm just returning the land to the blizzards. Then again, maybe they are friends and the blizzards are starting to try and defend this business, just kind of putting them into their back row instead. Pretty sure they are pigs though. Maybe the business are just kind of getting desperate. Yeah, see, the blizzards are just defending the last business because the crazy person is trying to take out all the business. No tusks. Oh, because I see. The buffalo pork unicorns. I mean, considering that there's two horns on the front of their head, it feels more like they would be like rhinoceros. It's like buffalo, bull, rhinoceros. But yeah, this is actually a really good experience. This is way better than the Island Shrine. I just realized my cactus is still in the bottom row. Considering the encounters you've had lately, those 10 threes business in a row was crazy RNG. Right? I agree. This is why Final Fantasy V is weird, because it is absolutely not perfectly random. Like on average, sure, if you don't know where you are in the RNG sequence, which generally speaking I don't, you're going to get, well, just a random outcome for all you know. But if you try long enough in this game, you get really interesting sequences. You'd love to study the fauna of this world. I mean, considering that the world literally just recently re-merged together with another world, I feel like it hasn't exactly been properly established yet. I mean, I feel like the fauna of this world, or kind of the entire population of the planet really, would be very, very unstable and in flux right now. A lot of species would go extinct. Worlds? Yeah, because World 1 and 2 have merged. By the way, this is the Raven counter now. This business and blizzards have been forced to coexist. This place has the most unusual pandas. It does. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of spacing out over here. I have to admit I'm reading stuff on the side. This world doesn't have the panda, it's just a panda. Yeah. Does this game have ogres in it? No. I don't think it has anything like ogres. I'm not muted. Not today. Not yet. Are we farming levels or items? We are farming levels. Level 61 is my goal. Level 61 means I need to attack, I think, 2 less times guaranteed in order to take down Apocalypse. So it goes from 11 attacks to 9. That's not true. It's from 12 attacks down to 10, that way around. So in theory, I, well, need a little bit less luck in order to win. Also, gaining more levels and all that stuff hopefully scrambles the RNG values a bit more so we don't get the same outcomes over and over again. Oh yeah, goblins, that's true. Goblins are kind of like ogres, right? Yeah, no, not quite. This was the first Final Fantasy game without ogres, and they didn't reappear until Final Fantasy 9. Wonder why. Was it? I mean, I've played Final Fantasy 1 and 4 before. Obviously I know in 1, but I have no recollection of ogres in Final Fantasy 4. Then again, I only, well, basically briefly played through it. The Ogre Strike? So, question. The Ogre Strike, is that when an ogre strikes, or is that when an ogre strikes? They have those huge shoulders, elephants. I would need to see a picture, because there's probably a lot of enemies I just don't remember. I mean, that's... yes. They have a very strong union. Could Forza be an ogre? I mean... I like that theory. Forza could be an ogre. 59. He kind of has the build of an ogre, to be fair. Ogres appear in Lodestone Cavern in Final Fantasy IV. That's the one where you can't equip any metal, is it? Unbaba. Oh. Unbaba is not an ogre, but it's very similar idea of a creature, isn't it? Actually kinda curious what's in the forest area here. Because sometimes forest has different encounters than the plains. There's a sword in Final Fantasy VI called Ogre Nyx. That counts. I mean, there's an ogre in the game. Kind of counts. You like how the entire chat has been about ogres for the last 5 minutes. It's great. You think it was mistranslated from organics? I mean, Ogre Nyx. Oh my goodness. That's great, actually. Ogre Nyx? Organics? Would be classic Woolsey. I mean, what makes more sense? A sword that is called Ogre Nyx, or a sword that is called Organics? It's a bad sword that has a chance to break when you use it. I guess Organics makes more sense then. Organically produced swords. Yep, we grow them in our greenhouses. Just buy them by the dozen, because some of them might break during use. They're pretty good though. At least they taste pretty decent. If nothing else, at the end of the day, you can put them in soup and they're gonna taste great. Just make sure to wash them before eating. Our sword eaters eat only the best. Geigers are basically ogres? It's a bit of a stretch. I feel like, compared to if you look at Final Fantasy 1 ogres, they are kind of far away from that. Free-range K3 swords. Miss Fiesel's stream? Yeah. Fiesel very busy nowadays. Actually, I've never got to really watch Fiesel. I think he mostly just didn't stream when I happened to be awake. I just remember his camera being rather strange. I was very confused about that. Yeah, we're level 60. One more level to 61. So level 60 actually would technically be sufficient for me getting an additional attack multiplier. However, I'm currently a multiple of level 2, a multiple level 5, a multiple of level 4, and a multiple of level 3. Which means any level spell would hit me, which is kind of bad. Because specifically the boss we're facing that gives us so much trouble, well, he has level 2 ult. It's actually kind of the main deal. No other enemy in particular actually uses a level spell that would be kind of notable. Yeah, this is a really good grinding spot actually. Yeah, and level 61 is a nice prime number. Going to help a little bit getting past the annoying floors. Yeah, it's actually quite fascinating when you know that, one level and suddenly, whoop, my damage jumped by, I don't even know what it was, just like 400 or so, just because I get +1 attack multiplier. So we started with an attack multiplier of 14, now we are at 16. Actually, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense now that I think about it, because I calculated without the +5 string. Well, actually, that's just coincidence that it happens to line up here too. It looks like this business have repopulated. Indeed. Whole counter attacks right there. Kinda funny. Monk has the potential to knock out enemies entirely without even getting a turn first. You got coffee, what did you miss? Well, you missed a bunch of Spizners, and a bunch of blizzards, and even some little dinosaurs getting kicked until they went back to sleep. Nothing else. Have you ever considered trying Progress Bar Quest, a zero-player RPG? No, because I don't think I've heard of that one before. Is that a thing that DDR Jake played recently? I've seen him play some weird game that was on stream. What is Progress Bar Quest? And Progress Bar Quest. Let's see. No, not Progress Bars. Wait, what? You find me interesting, thank you, and welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. Progress Bar Quest 3. You must know the secrets of the awesome looking channel stream thing. The little guy that says hello? This one? Hello. What's the difference between this and the other Monk's Run? Just lower level? Yes, that's actually literally it. Basically the other Monk Run was just severely over-leveled by virtue of, well, literally grinding for 48 hours offline. So I wanted to have a comparison to other classes, just to see how difficult would a monk be. And, well, after running against the apocalypse wall for, I don't know, like 2 hours or so, 2.5, I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and get level 61. Which I did now, and hopefully we have a bit more luck now, because instead of needing, I think, 12 attacks, we need now 10 attacks on average in order to defeat Apocalypse. That does not account for critical hits or misses. Could be less because I could get crits, it could be more because I might miss. And yes, the main idea was Monk double dip benefits from getting levels, which is, let's put it this way, a significantly stronger benefit than any other class effectively. So I figured it would be interesting to see how would a monk do if I just kind of over-leveled it into Oblivion. It was supposed to be just kind of a little bonus thing rather than the main ending. So here we are actually getting the main ending. You're using a pass-through in an actual console. Oh yeah, this is console. This is a regular Super Nintendo. I'm using a OSSC, an open source scanline converter, in order to play this through an HDMI. Basically, it's kind of like an HDMI upscaler, but it uses some weird funky technique that is called scanline converting that reduces latency. And since I'm playing this on a regular monitor through HDMI, it, well, has very little latency. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Since, well, I was almost about to say normally, but I used to do mainly speedruns and Super Nintendo speedruns, and so low latency was kind of really important. It is quite the investment to get an OSSC set up though. Like, I needed the appropriate cable to have a Super Nintendo through SCART, and then the OSSC itself. I have an HDMI matrix to split it between my monitor and my capture card. So yeah, not cheap, but I feel like it was worth it. It was quite a while ago. I mainly made that investment too because my CRT CRT TV, ended up just kind of, well, dying. It was a pretty old one, and I kind of got it for like $5 from like a random person on, well, in that place. But it was kind of useful for a while. But because I didn't have a CRT monitor anymore, I needed an alternative. And it just so happens that PJDC ended up getting a new setup for his Super Nintendo thingy. And I decided, you know what, that actually looks pretty awesome. So maybe I could use that too. And I'm just looking at these progress bars, just kind of going up here. In the progress bar quest. Is that literally all there is to this? Or do I need to press buttons? I mean, there are buttons, but do I need to press them? This reminds me of kind of like all of these idle games. I think the most interesting idle games that I played so far on a browser-based basis were Candy Box. Well, I guess it's a bit of an adventure too. And Paperclip, because those actually had endings. Set up your character goes. I see, maybe could you link what you mean, Moonman, because we might not be talking about the same thing here. You just want your string to look fancy like mine. The layout itself is very simple, it's literally just boxes. Paperclip is such a great experience. It is very fascinating. I have to admit I only played it after watching some YouTube video about it by Jacob Geller, I think. It's kind of neat. I have to admit I don't really understand most of the things that he's saying. That's probably exaggerating it, but it's kind of fun hearing him talk about it. And yes, well, is this all done in OBS? No. So I'm actually using a separate program, so the chat fontificator for chat is, well, chat fontificator. That's a separate program that kind of displays chat, and I'm just kind of screen capturing this one. The capture card I'm using does indeed go directly into OBS. That is indeed accurate. The layout is just a picture that I created in like a little drawing program. The timer is called Life Split. That's just kind of the standard timer nowadays for speedruns and, well, times, I guess. And the rest is literally just pictures and text screen. Wow, we actually hit that. I would like to point out that we did barely 2,400 damage with build-up before. And now we actually deal a fair bit more than that with our punches, and that is just 8 levels high. 8 levels is a decent amount in Final Fantasy V, but it is a huge amount for a monk. Progress quest. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I was looking at a different thing. Okay, I'll look into it. Sounds interesting. Life split? With a V, not an F. Life split. Going to make something like this? Nice. Good luck to you. I think a kick should finish off the front Avis dragon. And then just a regular attack should finish off the back one. Hey. Keeping track of HP, something's useful. Monk One Punch Man build. You actually would need to equip a shield in order to just punch once rather than twice. Just kind of a random thought, I guess. Alrighty. Apocalypse attempt number 12, 13? Something like that. After I have powered up. So let's see. I'm gonna go for the strength armor, the bandana. Running. Do I go wall ring? I kind of liked the idea of a wall ring, but I think speed might be better. But then again, I don't think I have the magic lamp set up. This is the save file I used before. Magic lamp. Oh well, let's just see what happens. Alrighty, once again, this guy has 27,900 HP, and he's being pretty mean. Because he has a lot of abilities that effectively just straight up kill me. Among other things, is indeed the Mind Blast here. That's a pretty strong crit. Roulette actually missed because I'm immune to it. Well, he's immune to it too, for that matter, and he could have hit me too. Level 5 too, we're immune to as well. The build-up crit, yeah, that's something. Ah! That would have been fun if it was first try, but alas, not quite now. We dealt 25,380 damage to him, so we were very close. That was one more attack in order to defeat him. Just a regular attack would have done the trick, actually. Yeah, I was literally one hit away. Well, one double attack, I suppose. If that regular attack hadn't missed. Yeah. Oh hey, Lycans. I think that's the rare encounter out here. Maybe it is. I just haven't seen them before. Or crits. Getting one critical hit in the amount of attacks we do is probably pretty decently likely. Let's see, if we need 10 hits in order to defeat Apocalypse. Then we have an 8% chance to critically hit, so that's 0.92 to the power of 2 for one attack. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... Wait, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, we have slightly more than 80% chance to get at least one critical hit in 10 attack cycles, that is 20 punches. You're getting a little bit of latency because you're streaming it to a TV. Yeah, that makes sense. TVs are not the fastest, but hey, that's quite alright. Alrighty. Equipping the strength armor again, bandana, and I think we're just gonna keep running. Let's see how this is gonna work. Also, I'm not holding down the attack button because it seems to work a lot better. Maybe build up attack. Guard off, don't care. 6. Technically build up is faster than just doing regular attacks. Roulette missed again? Of course it does, because I'm immune. Because of the bone mail immunity carryover, level 4 quarter is perfect. 3392. Flash, I'm immune to that too, because bone mail immunity carryover also protects me from that. And I win. Oh no, I missed! Oh, we should still be fine. If we don't miss twice, okay, we're good. We're good. We win, finally! By the way, I forgot to increase the death counter, I just realized. Oh. Okay, I do think getting these 8 levels was the reasonable thing to do. I was just kind of ramming my hand into the apocalypse wall here. By the way, for frame of reference, before that last attack hit, we were at 27,792 damage done, which meant it had just 108 HP remaining. That was really close. But hey, we win basically from here on this guy. So now we're gonna defeat the next 3-4 bosses, then we walk back and save, and then we go for the next guy. Alright, here's Catastrophe. Catastrophe has 20,000 HP. In his first turn, he can choose to try and petrify us, which petrification is kind of unpleasant to say the least, because, well, we are not immune to it. So he only has also 2 attack cycles. Oh, there's Demon's Eye. We got lucky actually. We resisted it. The chance for resisting Demon's Eye is... it's not in our favor. I don't know what the probability is, but I think we win. Yeah. Resisting petrification is not in our favor. It's not the worst chance, but like it was actually kind of likely we would get petrified there. Alrighty. We defeated Catastrophe, and that was that. One of the fights where we win unless he chooses to win. Mostly. But isn't that true for every encounter? Cupcakes. Oh, I love cupcakes. Haven't had any in a long time. Still trying to throw, maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, we resisted Deathclaw. How convenient. And the other guy goes behind the other ones, huh? Oh, even normal attack knocked these guys out now. There's the next Deathclaw. Oh, nice crit. So here's an interesting point. I don't want to invest in Elixir for this because I might need them. Wow. What's a 50 crits? Holy cow. Yeah, that's what I expected to have happen. You have a 2 in 3 chance to use Deathclaw, so chances were that this guy actually did not attack me with a physical attack. So yeah, I just saved myself an elixir. If Haley and Tanya will win regardless of their choices. Well, it's kind of worth mentioning, I'm not going to use Odin against Twin Tanya. I was mainly using it because I was going to try and optimize my chances against Necrophobe, but I'm gonna try and defeat Necrophobe without the magic lamp so I don't have to run out and restore it. Alicanassus, on the other hand, should be reasonably simple. Alicanassus has 33,333 HP, always Froxes in the first turn, and we have to win before turn 8 or 9 of Alicanassus. Because that is when Alicanassus will cast Holy, and we do not survive the Holy. Alicanassus deals a lot of damage. I'm gonna go for build-ups now, because those are slightly faster in terms of turn order. Very slightly faster. If I have enough damage, Alicanassus should not be a problem. Unless it kind of trolls me with Dynamo all the time. Counter. Nice. That's a nice crit right there. And we win. Yeah. As long as I'm, well, not too terribly unlucky, we should win this. Basically. Alright, next up we have... Oh, I still had the strengthen, but no, that's fine actually. Next up we have Twin Tanya. Twin Tanya has 50,000 HP, and there's a very easy way of just guaranteeing the victory against Twin Tanya. However, I'm going to go for a straight up battle against Twin Tanya, which means I could lose in theory. I just hope I don't. Let's give it the short version here. Alrighty, Twin Tanya has a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Tidal Wave whenever I do a physical attack. Because I do 2 a physical attack per attack, it is potentially 2 Tidal Wave counterattacks, which are 1000 damage each. 1 in 9 chance. And then on top of that, Twin Tanya does deal a decent amount of damage. Yeah, let's see how this is gonna work. No counterattacks this time, but lucky. And of course I need to heal now. I think I want to use elixirs to speed up the process here. I will have to use another elixir before the Giga Flare goes off. I think Giga Flare is about 4000 damage, and most characters actually have trouble reaching 4000 HP. Not so the monk, because we have really ridiculously high vitality. Which is also why we can take on Twin Tanya head first. Which is very, very different from most other characters. Nice crit right there. Another tidal wave. We do survive 2 tidal wave counterattacks, so let's go. Alright. I think Twin Tanya is going to go charge up now. Was that the first? I think that was the second Wind Slash, right? So it should now charge up for Giga Flare. As long as I have enough HP, yeah, there it is. It is now level 20 and weak to basically every status effect ever, but I don't really have every status effect. Oh yeah, it also has 0 physical defense, I guess. But yeah, 3144. I was wrong, that is actually a lot less damage than I anticipated it would be. Alright, next is going to be just basically back to normal. Giga Flare is effectively the main problem as to why you want to use the insta-kill method against Twin Tanya. Also, 50,000 HP is a lot to chew through. But level 61 Monk, there's absolutely no trouble with this, it looks like. Okay, that went pretty well. But I'm going to go ahead and defeat... That's the rare encounter here. I'm gonna go ahead and defeat... Gilgamesh, then walk back to save. That's the plan. You feel like you missed an interesting discussion? Well, me too. I think behemoths like to counterattack. Don't cast spells on them. They cast like Meteor as a counter. Anyway, kind of unpleasant. Gilgamesh here, you only need to deal about 7,000-ish damage or so. It's not a whole lot, realistically. Yeah, the counterattack pretty much does that already. And once he gets his next turn, he will recognize, oh, work. Work. And it's fine. It's not a difficult encounter or dangerous at all, but it just kind of takes a pretty lengthy time to play out, which is why I wanna complete this and then go back to save, because we might lose a few more times against Necrophobe, especially since I'm gonna play it a little bit riskier without getting the magic lamp first. That way I don't have to walk outside first. Is there a milk world in which the milk is poured first? I mean, here's the thing. Let's say you eat some cereal with milk. Traditionally, there's a bit of milk left over after you are done fishing up all the cereal. So then you already have milk in the bowl, and then you might decide, you know what, you want to have some more cereal and put more cereal into the bowl, and probably a bit of milk. So, technically, probably. When you're not oh, that's actually a good point. When you're not sure if you have enough milk for a full bowl. Yeah, I can see that. Usually drink the milk before you finish the cereal. But what if you want more cereal? You pour milk in first always. The milk is the soup, the cereal is the soup crackers on top. Right. Okay. And I didn't even get an encounter on the way back. That's crazy. Because as few encounters in these areas can be really dangerous. Alrighty, we managed to get back to Necrophobe. I was kind of hoping to finish the game at level 53. Because we certainly would have enough maximum HP. But I think the damage output was just a little bit on the low side. I feel like the Bart might have even done more damage with the chicken knife. Maybe. That might be a stretch. Nobody puts water in the bowl. I mean, some people really don't like milk. To the point where, well, maybe they just eat milk cereal with water. Ask Ryu. I think it was Ryu. It might not be Ryu. I might just kind of be misremembering, but I thought Ryu did the thing. I love how we just slide off screen. It's kind of like charging up for a Kamehameha wave and then just casually walking away while the enemies are trying to dodge your attack. You could have done it at 53 if you escaped Apocalypse again and Bone Mail Necro. I mean, probably. You don't know about Neo-X-Death. Yeah, honestly, that was just kind of my main thought as well. It's like, I know I can do Apocalypse. We've gotten so close. But at some point, I was like, you know, the damage against Neo-X-Death is going to be even lower than Apocalypse. It's not the best odds to defeat that thing in time. So I figured it might just make the most sense. I've honestly always thought about using water because you're lactose intolerant. Yeah, I've never tried water with cereal, but lactose intolerance is no fun. Soy milk kind of works. It's not great in my opinion, but at the same time, it's actually just different. To some people, it might actually even taste better. The curious thing is, I had I don't even know what it was. It was like a specific type of soy-based creamer that I actually ended up liking a lot, but it doesn't really exist over here. Every lactose intolerant person I know eats dairy anyway, and they're willing to deal with the consequences. Yep, that's my experience so far too. I would guess not everybody is like that though. Chocolate milk is too good. Yeah, chocolate milk is really crazy good. Can confirm. Unless the cereal is very hard, you eat it without milk. You don't like the texture of soggy cereal. I understand that. To me, it's like it needs to have a very specific kind of like in between. It's not quite dry, but not soggy for the cereal. It's very specific on how I like to eat it. Yeah, some people definitely can't do that because lactose intolerance. It's unfortunate. beer would be better than water. Think about it, they are both basically bread. I don't know, I don't like beer, so it's hard for me to judge about that. I guess it kinda works. Also, this time we're gonna use the bone meal carryover resistance. Do I actually want another resistance too? Do I have anything? I could become immune to zombie. Doesn't really help though. It's been no frills. Just a little bit. Just put orange juice in your milk instant cheese. Reduce lactose. Why? Oh shoot, I just used an elixir instead of a high potion because I'm so used to him being in the slot 1. Alrighty, Mirage West, because I'm pulling all the tricks. And that actually should be sufficient. What's going on? Milk talk, milk and cereal. Something like that. Alrighty, welcome to Necrophobia. The bears have 8800 HP, and the first turn is casting Holy or Flare on themselves, which deals about 1000 damage to me. Each one of them. The reason why they cast it on themselves, they have Permanent Wall, which bounces back spells. And the reason why that's relevant is because you can't just use spells on them directly unless the spells ignore the walls. Plus, if you don't have enough maximum HP, as in a bit more than 4000, you might be in trouble trying to defeat these barriers if you can't take at least out one instantly. We've been dragged into a milk discourse. Oh. Today on what not to put in a bowl. I mean, you can drink orange juice out of a bowl. I guess that kind of works. You were confused as to why the rabbit was equivocal on cereal milk versus ordering. Right. I have no idea either. I think it's just a meme. Oh wow, that's actually more damage than anticipated it would be. That's more than 1000 from these. Then again, we already removed one of the barriers, so we're fine. But I have to heal back to full anyways. Technically, I could risk going or killing that barrier. And I would probably just survive 2 flares and or 2 holies. But let's not do that, because that was just a bit on the sketchy side there. Sometimes you just have to go on a journey of the mind. Just go in there and explore. Right. Is there a difference with this port and the Japanese port? No actually, so here's the thing. This is technically the Japanese port. The only difference is actually that this is a fan translation. So this is not an official translation by Square Enix, because this actually came out before the PlayStation version technically officially brought Final Fantasy V over to the West. So effectively, everything is pretty much the same except that the translation is in English instead of Japanese. Plus there's a bunch of weird words and phrases that you would nowadays like name differently, because they weren't established at the time yet for like official Final Fantasy naming conventions. The PSX version is made of sadness, just a little bit. But yeah, the PSX version is effectively infamous for not being particularly good. So imagine the translation of the PlayStation version might have been done, and I have absolutely no way to confirm or deny this. That is just my theory, and I just want to make this clear. I have never read anything about it. My theory is that the PlayStation version translation was created by a team of translators that had absolutely no idea about video games, mythology, or anything like that, and was just given the script of and went with, hey, translate this, and then they put it like that in the game. Your intro was the IPS patching? Yep, this is effectively the IPS patch of the fan translation. Also, probably it's something pretty worth noting. Final Fantasy V was, I think, the first proper fan translation that didn't just like straight up replace the text in the fan ROM or in the ROM that they created, but it was actually the first one where they did a bunch of ROM editing and properly making the characters fit and spacing, and they actually did some significant programming in order to make the translation actually properly work in context. So there were fan translations before Final Fantasy V, but a lot of them were literally just copy and paste and replace the Japanese text in the ROM and replace it with English, which made a lot of text boxes look really weird and janky and stuff like that. Yeah, as I said, it's just a theory of mine that it is completely contextless translations that the translation team were given for the PlayStation version. At least it would explain a lot of the names. Like, it's kind of like when you have a voice actor whose lines sound just kind of weird in a video game or like a movie or a cartoon. That is not necessarily because the voice actor is bad, it might just kind of because the voice actor is lacking direction, so to speak. Alrighty, I'm starting up my oh wait, that was a bad... Wait, no, I'm immune against Flash. Alrighty, welcome to Necrophobia. He's very dangerous, attacks twice every turn, and can deal a ton of damage. As, wow, holy cow, a lot of physical defense, and the crit is actually huge right there. And yeah, because he attacks twice, he's very, very dangerous. And one of his favorite combinations is casting Hurricane and then immediately attacking afterwards. Hurricane puts us into critical HP, but because we have the... word... because we have the Mirage Vest that gives me one charge of dodging every time. We should be mostly fine. Alright, we need a bit more than 10,000 more damage. I think we can just attack. Ooh. And this is why I need the Mirage Vest. This is exactly why. If I didn't have the Mirage Vest, I would have been dead straight up right there. So counterattack this time. We've gotten pretty good luck with counterattack so far. We are 2 out of 3. And... no, that's not quite it. Almost. One more good attack on my end. Oh, or a counterattack. And we win right here. Don't miss, please. Okay. We're good. Nice. First try, Necrophobia. And I think as somebody else mentioned, if I actually did the bone mail thing the first time, I probably would have won too. Enjoy the music. Funny bug in the first bad fan translation. It had a bug where you, when you went to World 2, you could skip World 2 and go straight to Fight XDev. Yeah, these things happen. By the way, you can steal a Genji armor from this Gilgamesh here. It is the highest value defense armor that also gives you some immunities. That also allows you to hit your characters. So it's kind of like a pretty good heavy armor. Not as good as a bone mill in a lot of respects, but pretty good actually overall. Pick his pocket while he's fighting the boss. You know, you don't need that armor anymore when you're gonna explode, right? Let me just grab that off of you. Which, by the way, fun fact with the ridiculously over-leveled monk, something rather funny happened, because I just straight up killed Necrophobe, which I didn't even realize it could happen, but we killed him basically with a counter-attack if I'm not mistaken. Kinda fascinating. Alrighty, and we have arrived at the final boss here. Neo XDev himself. I'm using regular potions because maybe I will want to use the high potions for stuff. There's no way I'm gonna use regular potions otherwise anyways. Not even for minor HP manipulation. Even then I would have 9 remaining. Alright, we are going to switch back to the bone mail and the inch ring afterwards maybe. We'll see. Either way, now we're gonna save. And we're gonna watch the cutscene, then we come back to save, so we don't have to watch the cutscene every time we attempt the final boss. Wow. Did we refresh our buff residue? Not yet. I'm going to do that after the cutscene. I'm also going to gain immunity to zombie. I'm so confused about progress quests right now. I'll need to look into that when I actually have time, I guess. Alrighty. Come on, now's the time! Defeat X-Death! 4 Warriors of Dawn, go Warriors of the Crystal! I shouldn't have said my own name, but that's alright. Let's go! Run away! It's always kind of funny to me that it's like this epic moment where this is it, this is the moment in time, this is the time to take control of our own story and shape our own world in the future. And then you run away to the save point. Of course. Alrighty. Bone Mail plus Angel Ring. Bone Mail gives me immunity to Poison, Blind, Berserk, Confusion, Instant Death status. And the Angel Ring on top of that gives me, well, also aging status. And this gives me additionally immunity to Zombification. And getting immunities to as many status effects as possible is very important because of the boss coming up. And the way we do this is, basically right now we have all the immunities from the Bone Mail and the Angel Ring. And the way we keep those immunities is by getting into an encounter with those equipped. And then we're gonna equip our regular equipment that we're gonna be defeating the boss with. Save, and now in the next encounter, in the next encounter, we still have these immunities, the leftover immunities, the immunity residue, or whatever you want to call it. For some reason, the game does not realize that we are not immune to these things anymore, while not having those equipment pieces equipped, so we just kind of carry over these immunities into this encounter. Let me tell you, there's various characters where I'm more than happy to just, well, not worry about using these immunity residues or leftovers, what you want to call them, because it makes more of an interesting challenge, because they have various other means of fighting, maybe they are just strong enough. But for a lot of characters, it's just not that interesting, because in this case here, there's going to be 2 main factors that we basically largely eliminate. One is in phase 1, which has 49,000 HP, by the way. Let's just go and start hitting it. Phase 1 has 49,000 HP, and in phase 1, almost every turn, he has a 1 in 3 chance. I forgot to. Oh well. Let's do this now. He has a 1 in 3 chance to cast White Hole. White Hole both instantly kills you, instant death, and petrification, both at the same time. And the reason why that's kind of relevant is because if we are immune against either petrification or instant death, we will completely circumvent that attack. It's kind of by virtue of... well, that's what we do. I forgot to equip the other thing. That's fine. However, because we are immune to instant death now, thanks to the Bone Mail, we don't have to worry about White Hole anymore. For some characters, there's genuinely some interesting, like, counterplay or preparations that you have to do in order to be able to avoid getting hit by White Hole. Like, if a character can equip a shield, you can equip the Aegis shield in order to get immunity to that. Or, like, a chemist can Oops, wait a second. A chemist can gain like immunity through potion combinations. You don't have to do these silly things necessarily. However, a monk just doesn't have any of these kinds of options. Also, this is about 3000 damage, I think. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, almost. For example, another interesting one was actually with an oracle, which couldn't use the bone meal anyways in order to gain immunity. I actually was kind of forced to farm light staves in order to be able to breeze past the first phase at a reasonable pace. And that was actually kind of reasonably interesting, because I had to develop a strategy on how to be able to develop as much like damage in as short of a period of in-game time as possible. Because Oracle is naturally kind of a slow class when it comes to combat, even though it is really strong if you know how to use it. But that was, well, very much not true for single targets like Nuke. And so it was actually, as I said, decently interesting, I dare to say, in order to try and defeat XDeath as quick as possible. Or, well, the first phase anyways. And this, as I said, just kind of various other ones that are at least somewhat interesting. Monk, as mentioned, not really. Alrighty, by the way, we are in the final phase here, where XDeath here is below 10,000 HP remaining, which means that he has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Meteor. Meteor does a ton of damage, and even with a really high maximum HP, it might just straight up kill us like that. And welcome to XDeath below 10,000 HP. Yeah, it's a 1 in 3 chance for him to cast Meteor. That was his second turn below 10,000 HP. In case you're curious. Alrighty, and yeah, moving on. Increasing death count by 1. Also, that reminds me, actually, 59 deaths before. I need to update the statistics real quick, otherwise I won't know how many deaths we had against Apocalypse. 0 against Galactus Theory, we didn't fight Omega, 0 against the Panda, and that was 21 deaths against Apocalypse. That's really high, actually. 0 against Catastrophe, Kalikanasa, Twintania, Gilgamesh. We didn't fight Shinryu. 1 against, actually, 20 against Apocalypse, 1 against Necrophobia. That was the first one against... Yeah. Okay, that was the first one against 3XDeath. Alright, now the important part is I still have the residue or leftover immunities, as long as I don't get into an encounter before getting up to XDeath. Do we want the HP percent? Actually, yes. Thank you for the reminder, because I would have forgotten again already. I do have definitely want HP percent right here. Running shoes and banana. More raw tower. And oops, don't use elixirs yet. But yeah, we have 7000 HP at level 61. We had characters that had to level up to like level 60 because they didn't have enough HP to survive the first turn of his second phase in, well, phase 1 here. Because once he drops below 30,000 HP remaining in this phase, or, well, in the tree form, he will cast, well, Flare and or Holy. And some characters literally struggled to get enough maximum HP to survive that. Like, they just barely had enough. Monk, well, our biggest asset is our big HP pool. So we can take quite the physical beating, or magical for that matter. As long as it's not instant death of some form. Our punches are not as strong as a lot of other characters' physical attacks, to say the least. We would need to level up another, well, bunch of levels in order to reach a similar level of power that a lot of other characters just naturally have via their abilities. Or, well, weapons really, with the chicken knife and such. By the way, he did not use White Hole or Flare in his first turn in Phase 2. He does have a 1 in 3 chance to just do a physical attack instead. Also worth noting that in one of his turns, he does have a chance to use Condemn in his Phase 1. I just hope to not see that. There's not really anything else I can say about that. That one. Yeah, that's just game over, because the Condemn timer does carry over into Phase 2. So we are just straight up dead, unfortunately. Speaking of the devil, yep, that one. It's his last, well, turn cycle in the second phase, so we will see at least one of them. Probably, well, potentially two, depending on how much we have to heal. Oh, I forgot the thing again. Oh well. What's up with that? Double crit immediately. Not even terribly useful, because Phase 1 is literally the least harmful one, as we are immune to White Hole thanks to the carryover. By the way, 5445 HP is still a lot more than most solo characters have. Kind of fun. Nice crit, 8280 damage. We are well into Phase 2 already, and he chooses to physically attack instead. Oh. Honestly, build-up actually can be nice in order to try and skip halfway into Phase 3 in his first form here. Because right now, two more physical attacks without a crit anyways, is going to bring us very close to below 10,000 HP remaining. So if I use build up now, I actually have a better chance of being able to push through his... Well, I would have a better chance to push straight through his meteor phase right here. He skipped his turn, I think. Alright, and we should be fine here, as long as I don't miss like 3 times or so. I missed once. There it is. Alrighty, so we are past Phase 1. Welcome to Phase 2! Phase 2 consists of 4 different parts. The top right one is the physical part with 50,000 HP. The top center one is Grand Cross with 55,000 HP. The bottom right one is Almagest with 55,000 HP. And the far left one is the magic part with 60,000 HP. And I did not prepare the magic lamp. Whoops. That could be interesting. So, the magic part we normally want to kill instantly by the 3rd charge of the magic lamp, which targets any enemy on the screen that is not flagged as heavy, instantly killing them. And it just so happens that the magic casting part is, well, not heavy. So we instantly get rid of 60,000 damage through that. Well, the catch here is, unfortunately, that... well... I forgot to use the magic lamp twice in preparation. So we have a 1 in 3 chance of straight up dying if the magic part uses Delta attack in its first turn. And that's kind of one of the big reasons as to some characters have it interesting when they can take out the magic casting part, like naturally without casting using the magic lamp, but Again, Monk not really one of those. So let's just see whether we survive the first turn of the magic part. Yeah, I'm also using the pause button here because I'm keeping exact track of how much damage I do to each of the parts. Because it's actually kind of important at the very end that I deal... well, that I more or less kill the remaining parts at the same time, or at least I try to. Vacuum wave, that is the physical part. We are fine on that end. Delta attack, we're dead. Alright. And try again. It always guaranteed petrifies, there's no way to resist it. If you use a delta attack, we're dead, unfortunately. 1 in 3. Big whoops, to say the least. Alright, I'm going to actually prepare the magic lamp just so I don't forget about it during the encounter. You've learned so much watching this channel over the years. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Honestly, my original inspiration for doing a very commentary and game-focused heavy type of stream was when Narcissa Wright, oh, I forgot the name initially, was actually doing some Ocarina of Time runs on previous GDQs, and it was just so amazing. I love that kind of commentary and just knowledge gathering. That is just kind of what I aspired to go for. Alrighty. Now, Mirage Vest, running shoes, bandana, let's go. I don't even know whether bandana actually makes a difference. Hang on, let me calculate. We have 57 strength right now. I actually counted with 60. So that already might be off. Oh well, this is fine. Let's see. 10% HP. Oh yeah! Good call. I might as well use that right now. Because I'm gonna forget about it. Running shoes, Mirage Vest. Let's see, I want to see whether Darkwood might just be fine. Alright, we are level 61 right now. And I can already tell you, no it's not. Because if I have a bandana with 57 strength, I gain 1 additional attack multiplier, which means my attacks are multiplied with 15 rather than 14, and that does actually make a pretty substantial difference for damage output. Alright, thank you for the call of HP thingy. How many forms does XDev have, and how much HP? The first form has 49,001 HP. I don't know why that one is there. And he has 2 phases. And each one of the parts has from right to left 50,000 HP, 55,000 HP, 55,000 HP, and 60,000 HP. But as I said, we will take out that far left one in one shot with the magic lamp, thanks to him not being, well, immune to it, really. Oh, I'm in the back row. Ah! Oops. Not a big deal, but I'll need to remember to put myself in the front row. Phase 1 is going to be... because I'm faster than him with my... haste boots, I will never take a physical hit from him. And without the Mirage Vest refresh trick, we actually could do this realistically as a monk. We don't technically need to use the Mirage Vest trick. But simultaneously, if I use one exploit, it's kind of weird if I use one but not the other. Unless I have like a reason for it to like be more interesting. In this case, I like cheese. Yep, if there's only one part remaining of the final boss, then it will start going crazy with instantly, without charging them up beforehand, using its strongest spells with Almagest, Vacuum Wave, Grand Cross, Meteor, and I don't know whether there's more, but depending on which part you leave over, it will just go crazy. And it likely will kill you, unless you get lucky. I've gotten lucky in the past. Also, worth noting, I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt at all to this guy, so I'm just punching away until I win, hopefully. Normally I keep track of phase 1 HP precisely, but right now it's like... I'm pretty sure he is in the... below 10,000 HP remaining phase. So 1 in 3 chance every time he gets a turn to cast Meteor. Alright, yeah, I was right. The reason why I'm saying this is in phase 2, between 30,000 HP and 10,000 HP, he doesn't really get many turns where he doesn't do anything. So that's kind of why I know this. Oh, it's probably that point. Festive mode is now best name for one part left. Yes, we don't want to enter festive mode. Very unhealthy. Alrighty. Also, by the way, if you have the spreadsheet open for Monk, I do keep precise track of each one of the parts' HP via the spreadsheet. I have a little miniature calculator thingy where I'm just typing in numbers and keeping track like that. Killing him clean might be difficult because we deal like 600 damage with Sildra as a monk, since we have effectively 0 magic power. Also death counter. Oh yeah, right. I need to increase the death counter by 1. Thank you. I forgot about that. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Now, Magic Lamp. True Edge. So, Odin's summon from the Magic Lamp is actually a bit special, because if you use a summoner to cast Odin as a spell, if there's at least one enemy in the encounter that is flagged as being heavy, Odin will actually never use the insta-kill. It will always use the physical, like, heavy attack. But because Magic Lamp Odin works a bit different for some reason, it always uses the insta-kill. This is why the Magic Lamp is actually even important for a summoner. Alright. Let's see. 1500. Alright. When he's shaking like this, he will, on his next turn, or more specifically, the Almagest part next turn, it will cast Almagest, which is 1600-ish damage, holy element. So yeah, that's kind of what that shaking does. The physical part has a 1 in 3 chance to cause this spell magic on some of his turns, I don't know which ones. But as soon as the colors start going weird like this means there's one more turn. The laws of the physics have been broken for this part here that I'm attacking. To use Grand Cross next turn it gets. There's the Grand Cross. So I started writing the numbers in the wrong spot. Grand Cross is randomly one of 18 different status effects. And we are a frog, that's fine. Frog is not bad, I like frogs. We have to undo the frog unfortunately, because we lose all of our physical defense if we ever get hit physically, as well as our attack is set to 3. Curious enough, the monk still benefits from barehanded and can do more damage than any other frog. But yeah, the reason why we want all these immunities from the Angel Ring as well as the Bone Mail is because we are immune against various forms of instantly dying to this guy. The only one of the status effects that actually remains that can still instantly kill us is Grand Cross hitting Petrification. And that chance for Grand Cross to just, well, instantly kill us is, well, kind of the literal main concern here. So, I'm actually planning on defeating that Grand Cross part effectively right away. Because I kind of lost proper track of how much damage I've dealt so far. That's fine. Oh yeah, that's true. Countdown is another one. So it's actually 2 and 18. I forgot about that. Good point. There's another chance. And we get nothing. If we are immune to it, then just, well, nothing happens. If it's paralyzed or stop or anything like that, we are immune thanks to the Hermes handles. If it's Berserk, we are immune thanks to the carryover, etc. All these things. So also, worth noting that we are actually in a little bit of danger here, because there is a 1 in 3 chance for the Grand Cross part to cast Meteor in one of his future turns. So this is kind of when you might see sometimes a random Meteor out of nowhere. That is when the Grand Cross part is below 15,000 HP remaining. I have no idea when exactly it can happen. But hey, there's our 3rd Grand Cross, and hopefully we do not get any more. But yeah, it actually casts Grand Cross more and more frequently the lower HP it gets. Okay, we look fine. Almagest. And as much as I want to heal up to be resilient against the potential Meteor, I'm more worried about missing too many times and not getting the Grand Cross part down before the next Grand Cross. Come on, please stop missing. We still have about 5,000 HP remaining on that Grand Cross part. That is at least 3 successful double attacks. Actually, 1 more. I was wrong. Please hit both attacks. Oh. It has less than 500 HP remaining, I think. Okay, we should be fine. Alrighty, Grand Cross part down. Which means as long as I play this properly here, we win. I could heal up to full, I have plenty of elixirs. Now there's still going to be a risk, because we have really low magic power, that we might die to certain things coming up. But well, we'll see. So I'm starting to work on the Grand Almagest part now. And I'm actually intentionally not going to refresh the Mirage Vest right here. That way I might get some counterattacks on the physical part. Because I have enough healing, I feel pretty confident that I can do this. Plus we have a lot of HP. Although 1 vacuum wave already, well, a lot of damage, let's put it this way. 1635. I'm definitely going to go ahead and heal up here. So now we know that we take about 2,400-ish damage. So as long as I have like 2,000, let's say 600 HP remaining, I will survive a vacuum wave. And as long as the card is not shaking, I don't have to worry about the other part either way. Well, that's the theory. 390. 1545. Here's where I'm definitely going to be refreshing the thingamajig, because it's fine. I'm not gonna refresh it now. Almagest plus Vacuum Wave is a very deadly combination for a lot of characters that don't have too much maximum HP. Also, in case you're wondering... Oh, hang on. What was that last number? 1650? I hope it was. A lot of characters do not survive Almagus plus Vacuum Wave combination from this guy, even sitting in the back row. Just because they don't have as much HP. Ooh, that's 2600 and some change. Yeah, I'm gonna heal here. Because it might actually have a higher range than I anticipated it would have. Also partially because I have lower defense equipped. Just to deal more damage. With my physical attacks. Nice crits. Holy cow. Okay, Almagus part is just about at 12,000 HP remaining. The very last number was 1455. Okay, 1440. 455. Definitely want to heal here. 1455. Alright, I trust you. I'm gonna change up my previous number. Alright, we're fine. Now I need to actually get relatively close to knocking out the Almagus part out as possible. So actually, technically, if I get a double crit again, I would actually kill the Almagus part. So I'm gonna start working on the physical part instead. I think this makes more sense. Because in case I get that ridiculous double crit on the Almagus part, at least I would have a chance to knock out the physical part remaining here. Kick cannot crit, that's actually an excellent point. I like that idea. Let's go and kick a little bit. There we go, 1545. Sorry, I need to keep the exact numbers. That's actually a really good point. I should just use kick here. This also gives me an idea on how much damage kick does. Then again, kick is just very slightly less damage on average than a regular punch attack, so it's not gonna be that big of a surprise, I guess. Unless we miss. 1425. It's actually a very, very minor difference between average damage between kick and punch. Then again, kick only hits once. And it doesn't crit. It's definitely a really good idea. Thank you, chat. This is why you're awesome. Actually, there's many reasons why you're awesome. Let's put it this way. Nice counter. We definitely heal up now. I wonder whether not healing up is actually worthwhile at all. Because the counters are kinda nice, I guess. Yeah, let's continue kicking. I like that strategy. 1575 is the highest number that we've seen so far. Unless 1440. Yeah, for some reason I didn't think of kick, but might be slightly nervous. I'm glad that I have viewers who pay good attention. That is very nice. In 60. Alright. Okay, I can kick once more, guaranteed. So here, the Almagus part has 1760 HP remaining. Right? Yeah, 1380. Alright, Almagus part should have 380 HP remaining now. And now we just need to work on the physical part. So by the way, the missing is actually kind of a bit of a concern. Plus, what is also a concern is that now that I think about it, I don't really have a good opportunity to bring the physical part as close to death as the Almagus part, at least not as easily. So what I should do is I should actually kill the physical part via counterattack, and then like just punch the Almagus part afterwards. I think that might actually be my best option right there, because that way I get two chances to hit the Almagus part at the same time without, well, being interrupted in between, so to speak. Oh shoot, I didn't see the second number. 1440, maybe? I'm gonna write 1440 for now. If I do the count, 1560, okay, thank you. All important. 1515, 3930, alright. 4000 and some change HP remaining. And I think I'm gonna heal up immediately. Now, if I get a counterattack critical hit here, then that's gonna be very concerning. Didn't get a crit at all. Oh boy. So we had 4625 HP remaining. Would Magic Lamp kill from 300 HP? Yes, but the catch is, the physical part is not close to that. Kick can miss, which is the main issue here. Alright. This spell. Should I attack? If the boss potions? I guess I could do that. High potion would heal 500, huh? Do counters happen on miss? No, they do not. If I give the boss potions, I would need to heal it up 3 times in order to guarantee survive 1 kick. Aww. I think I'm gonna go with a counterattack, honestly. I like that idea better. So I'm just going to wait until the physical part hits me and I counterattack and kill it. Alright. 1575. 3000 and some change in HP remaining. So 1 counterattack could do the trick here. So it's gonna heal back up to full. Wait until the physical part attacks again. Because this could be it right here. No counter. Alright. So if I hit both attacks with my fists, I will kill the physical part right here. Well, if it ever attacks me, that is. But actually that's an interesting point. Counterattack will... Okay, you should be dead here. Yep. Magic Lamp should kill the Almagus part. I think. 380 damage is what we need. 648. Alright, got him. Wait. Oh, what's my pause button on this blitz? There it is. Oh boy. That was an ordeal and a half. So here's the fascinating thing to me. Aside from Apocalypse, I think we could have reasonably done everything at level 53. It wouldn't have been as good of a success rate. I would have probably died a bunch more to Grand Cross and Phase 1 X3 X-Def. But really it was just... Well, you could call it bad luck on Apocalypse. I don't know whether that was actually bad luck or the expected number. Yeah, big HP is definitely a huge deal right there. Alrighty, thank you for the GGs, everybody. This was Monk 2 complete. To give you a frame of reference, our previous monk was level 93. No, 96. And the level 96 monk, if you don't account for the grinding, finished the run in 14 hours and 38 minutes. So it's like 5 hours additionally invested here for active playtime. But the grind build was just like 2 days offline. So wait, I didn't have to do anything. So that was level 61 with the monk, which actually is almost exactly on par with a lot of other characters, including the thief. And our final time was 1950 and some change. Let's just say 1951. Technically, you could have done phase 1 extra perfect safety if you ran out SMP in white holes. I mean, you're not wrong. You're definitely correct there. On the other hand, I feel like that would have been kind of slow. Just a hunch. You don't know, you hear Samurai's pretty bad, especially in speedruns. No, Samurai's actually really, really good. Samurai might be the one class to challenge the ninja in terms of sheer power and ease and how it got through the game. So Samurai could be crazy good. Oh. Buy out Greg Yujinbo through ending. Yeah, actually I'm not entirely sure how to play the Samurai in the end. I feel like I do want to play to each character's strength. Even if that means, well, abusing some of their powers. And again, did I do that on Chemist? I think I did. I might have done some fancy stuff on the Blue Mage though. So I think the only alternative things I can think of as a samurai, aside from just throwing money at the problem, is its final ability instantly kills enemies. I don't know what type of insta-kill that is though. Whether it targets like death immunity or heavy. No idea. Are we calling the straw poll now or the Rex broadcast? Oh, is there still a straw poll there? Oh, sorry, in the command there's still a straw poll there, right? It's actually already concluded last time we completed the other monk part. So we already know what the next solo challenge is going to be. It is going to be the mime. It targets heavy? I see. Good to know. So our next solo challenge is going to be the mime. Now also that I have completed the monk twice, I can give it a green background on my spreadsheet. Oh, alrighty. Yeah, I think that is good enough for me for today. I will probably want to, well, not probably, I will want to plan a bit ahead for Mime to figure out things. Although then again, I could probably do this during the grind in the wind shrine, since it's going to be a tricky one to get past Caraboss as usual. I think Mime and Freelancer are going to be the only characters remaining now who will have a bit of a difficulty getting past Caraboss. Everything else... everything else should actually be fine. More interesting is the selection of katana, probably. Yeah, I'm going to try and get every unique weapon for the samurai. Because if a character uses like a unique weapon type, like let's say spears or bows, etc., that is just kind of part of the class identity for a job, I want to try and get all the corresponding weapons. I haven't done that for all the job classes before, because, well, I only started doing more fancy stuff recently-ish for these kinds of things. Plus, there's at least one where I remember trying to kind of get it a little bit with the Geomancer, but because you have to defeat Twin Tanya straight up, I think I decided against it. Am I going to play the mime in Japanese? No, I'm just gonna play it in the fan translation. I played the Berserker on Japanese on the original cartridge, and it's kind of difficult to navigate, and I feel like it's also probably more interesting for the viewers when, well, I think most probably don't know Japanese, including me. So if you actually know what's going on, by being able to read the text, it might be more engaging too. Hello. There's a few of us Japanese speakers out there. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, honestly. He foolishly did bear first. I mean, it might be an interesting thing to do. Who knows? I'm not entirely sure what I can even mime that would be interesting. Like the signature ability. So, yeah. And yeah, I do plan on trying to, like, use the full arsenal of equipment with the freelancer. The idea is effectively that, hey, I should be able to do a lot of things with all these kinds of equipment and weapons, because one of the most interesting things about Final Fantasy V are all the different item pieces you can actually equip. Especially on a freelancer, you can just go wild on it. The freelancer is going to be, to me, sure, I might break a rod here and there in order to get past the boss, because that might just, well, make it quicker and there's nothing else interesting. But I'm going to try and just take advantage of all the things and try to figure out interesting ways of defeating or taking care of enemies and bosses. No guarantee that I will be able to do this for everything, but, well, hopefully a bunch of stuff. Right now I can't really think of a good way of dealing with the Helium plant that isn't just like break a ton of elemental rods and stuff. The biggest difficulty as a freelancer is going to be the taxes. I thought that was the difficulty of the samurai. Could you do a no equipment run of the game? I mean, you could certainly do that. Well, one could certainly do that. It's not that difficult in terms of if you have all the jobs available. There's a lot of classes that are really powerful that can do just various things. No equipment is reasonably doable, I think, if you use multiple characters. Solo character, no equipment would be quite different actually. That could be interesting. All jobs, solo character, no equipment. You can't abuse the Hermes handles. But yeah, that's a good point. Blue Mage shenanigans would largely still work. chemist as well, technically. Then again, personally, I then do tend to avoid chemist things just because it tends to overshadow everything. No quick leak. Well, I mean, if you have all jobs available, you can quick leak. Because you can just capture something as a Beastmaster and then inflicts leak. And then... Wait, can you quick release? Bard plus Monk would still easily beat Ned. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything Bard would just still demolish the late game. Like Summoner Bard, you have no problem. There are leak catches, it's back on the table. Eh. Oh, I see. There are. Yes, for example, the Eagle near Karnak, the things that inflict you with aging status with the zoos or near the zoos and stuff. They use Rainbow Wind, which inflicts blind silence and HP leak, and it works no matter what the enemy might be immune to. That's main theme time. No. It tends to come down to what gear mechanics can you exploit, but in this case I think it's on since the main restriction is so punishing. For the monk... Oh sorry, I'm kind of jumping around in my thoughts here, so I'm not entirely sure what that's referring to. For single solo character challenge overall. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of abusing the... or constantly abusing the Mirage West plus immunity carryover all the time. Which is also why I've kind of made it my idea of kind of make it interesting without it. Like, is there any interesting challenge if I don't use them? For the monk, I just couldn't really find anything terribly interesting about it. And for something like the Thief, for example, I felt like Thief is already weak enough. Stuff like that. You feel like Solo Naked would just be a lot of G-strats? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. How about solo low level, no equipment? I'm not interested in doing low level challenge in case you're curious. I was just kind of trying to think, how many Galuras would you need to see run away in order to grind all the chop classes to max? That would be kind of fascinating. Like the best adventurer that has no physical prowess because they are still level 1 has just watched Galuras for centuries, walking by, running away, because that gives you ability points. Does Toad Avis give chop points? I don't know, you can check. Let's see, Toad Avis. Toad Avis gives 7 ability points, yes. And 0 experience. But yeah, Galura's running away also gives you... one ability point. Yep. You get 1 ability point per Galura running away. Not sure why this game reminds you of Tactics Ogre. Huh. It might just kind of be the general art style, I guess. Tactics Ogre was on the Super Nintendo too, wasn't it? Naked would give an excuse to get masteries for a freelancer finish. Yeah. I think mastery on like Samurai for being able to just naturally dodge attacks would be useful. What else would be useful? Probably Monk for the high HP and strength. Actually, strength might not help you. Then again, you might as well just go Chemist, Drink, or Haste. A bunch of levels and then just throw money at your problem, I guess. Oh yeah! That's right, you would have barehanded. You actually would deal damage. Then Chemist buff and punch. Could be me. Or kick even. You have a level 200 monk. How much damage would a kick do? It would be like your level 97 monk without the grind. Yep, and you could even double up on your HP. So you would only need 5000 HP in order to max it out. Baseline. Sounds like a strategy where you need to break your damage limit. I think the only way where you can sort of bypass damage limit is like multi-attacks in this game. You're kind of sold for this run. Oh boy. Yeah. Honestly, even once I complete all the solo challenges, I'm not done playing Final Fantasy V. I will certainly return for 4-Chop Fiestas, and hey, some challenge runs sound fun. We've done a challenge run once where I basically permanently had the entire party be frogs. That was kind of fascinating. Because especially getting past the early game until I found some things where I could actually deal damage to enemies was something. Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people like Tactics Ogre Battle. But I've also heard that the Nintendo 64 one seems to be a little bit better, question mark? I don't really know, I've never played them myself. Is Frog Fantasy 5 on YouTube? Not sure. I have a lot of things exported to YouTube already, but it's a lot of work to schedule because I don't want to flood people's inboxes if they are subscribed. Let's see. I can tell you in just a second. No, actually. It's a different kind of frog on my YouTube channel. Let me actually see. Yes, it was a Yaga monthly, that is very true. It's actually weirdly difficult to search my own videos. I'm not sure why. Trying to find where... I hope I highlighted it. I'm pretty sure I highlighted it. It might take me a while, but I can export it and I can just public it. So it should be there in like, I don't know, 20 minutes from now. Yeah, unfortunately Twitch system for finding the appropriate videos is not that great. It's certainly an interesting one, and... boy, I'm all the way in the highlights for Legend of Mana casual playthrough. That was a long time ago. 2 years. I think I did Frog thingy after that. Probably. Final Fantasy 1 first playthrough to Ranigma. Here's a Fantasia. Berserker. Pokemon Emerald. Oh, that's actually... ooh, there's a number of Yaga Monthlies missing. It actually is very possible that I never highlighted that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think it's not there, sorry. So the Frog playthrough might be lost to the Time Lords. Alrighty everybody, we have arrived at the end. Next time we play a solo challenge, it's gonna be the beginning of the mime. I'm not entirely sure when exactly I'm going to begin with that. It's going to be soon, TM. I might take a little break from Final Fantasy 5 for, like, I don't know, a few days, a week maybe. And we'll see what else we're gonna be diving into. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening, and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and, well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. Metron is going to be a mime field. The clown stream. Very much so.